What's going on, guys? Welcome to 3A here at Wells Fargo Arena. I am Worm Buffelli alongside the OG Boar, Jimmy Schusler. Jimmy, what's going on, brother?
Oh, we're here, man. We're here. We're having a blast. 3A is about to get underway. It's underway right now. We're live. 2024 Iowa High School State Wrestling Championships.
Let's go. All right, right off the gate here. Class 2A number on mat 7, we got Elijah Hyatt coming in from Dubuque Hempstead versus Elder Mendia out of Clear Creek Amana. Hyatt right away up on a 2-1 score. Minute 14 here in the second. Elijah Hyatt, sophomore, really doubled down this year at Fargo. Went in as both 16U and junior division of the national duels. So another takedown here, 4-1.
On mat 6, Kobe Pfizer.
Let me know, for those listening, thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you guys can leave some comments, let us know how we're doing. If there's any particular matches you guys want to hear about, we're more than happy to get you guys going here. So if there's a particular match, let us know where they're at. We'll make sure we can cover them our best for you, okay? Hyatt right away got back points here. Hyatt running double bars here, looking to turn.
You want to trade back?
Hyatt looking for a fall here. They call him potentially dangerous here on mat 7 on that. Ran that a little hard. Coach Hass is wanting to question the ref here.
Caleb Arroyo, Urbandale. Indiana, Clear Creek Amana, Arroyo, Urbandale. Up on mat 3 at 113.
Hyatt doing a really tough job.
On mat 2 at 113, Matt Prime, Southeast Polk, Taylor Kibbe, Waverly Shellrock. Prime, Southeast Polk, Kibbe, Waverly Shellrock.
Over on mat 2, Kellen McKenna, West Dubuque with the fall in the first period. Okay, looks like going on the mats here. Kobe Pfizer, mat 6, and Bondurant Farrar up 4-1. Got to know that family a little bit this year. Their oldest brother, Chase, currently wrestles at Loras College. So getting to know him pretty personally. Kobe Pfizer looking for back points here. Looking for a fall. Got a Saturday night ride-in on Wednesday afternoon.
Your mat assignments are on the monitors in the tunnels and in the hallways.
7-1 on the score here. Over on mat 2, we got Max Pryna, Southeast Polk, and Taylor Kirby out of Waverly Shellrock. Prine doing a really good job looking for a cradle here, looking for back points. Doing a really good job sitting in on the cradle. Still has the cradle locked up. They are in standing position though, but he still has that cradle. Looking to readjust here, minute 23. Looking for the fall, or still looking for the fall here. With the fall, Max Prine from Southeast Polk getting a big pin here for the Rams. Kobe Pfizer with the pin as well here in the first period. Moving on back over to mat 7. Elijah Hyatt still with a 2-0 lead here in the second period. I'm sorry, a 10-2.
Mat 2 at 120.
Down on mat 8, we got a cradle locked up here with Sawyer Nelson, or Mitchell Lewis of Des Moines East. Sawyer Nelson from Indianola. Score 8-8. Wow, we got a barn burner here in the second period.
Match 6 at 113, Isaac Wignall.
Go Peterson here on 8 with Nelson.
Cedar Rapids, Kennedy.
Takedown and back points.
Wignall, Ankeny, Pinard,
Gets a 5-point
Cedar
up here,
Rapids,
going
Kennedy.
13 to
You're up on
8.
match 6 at 113.
Trying to figure out the Wi-Fi situation here once we get track up and running, so we can make sure that we are up to date on records and ages, just to make sure we're being pretty accurate here. Back on 7, Elijah Hyatt up 10-2 going into the third period. He's one of our matches. If he wins this one, top 10 matchup to watch in the first round. Escape for Hyatt. He'll be faced if he wins this match. It looks like he got a headlock here. Looking for a fall. Winner of this gets Carew Christensen as a freshman out of Waukee Northwest. Christensen won that match by fall at the state duels, but at the same time, I think there was a scramble situation there that caught that fall, so hopefully we can see that match here later on this afternoon.
On mat 2 at 126, Rylan Hilton, Indianola, Malachi Clement, Clear Creek, Amana. Hilton.
Track's not
Indianola,
working for us right now, so
Clement,
Jimmy's trying his
Clear
best to
Creek,
find the
Amana.
Wi-Fi, but as soon as otherwise, we're going to have to go old school, get out the program, and just start checking records.
The good old school.
Over here on mat 8
7 at
still,
113,
Sawyer Nelson up 13-8 on Michael Lewis.
Cedar Rapids, Braxton Winky,
Takedown here for Nelson.
Newich, Xavier
15-8.
Winky, Haynes. On mat 7 at 113.
Going Easton Tilt. There's big Easton Tilt there. Back points coming. This match started getting really out of hand quick here for Des Moines East. Started off 8-8. Now all of a sudden it's 15-8 with a set of near falls. Nelson doing a really good job on top. Indianola, tough team this year, ranked second in the state duels. $18-9 here on mat 8.
On mat 5,
Minute 49 left here in the third.
Garrett Evans, Bettendorf, Kendall Kurtz, Iowa City High. Evans, Bettendorf, Kurtz, Iowa City High. Mat 5, 113 pounds.
All right, coming up here on mat 5, we got Garrett Evans out of Bettendorf against
On mat 4 at 113, Soren Kelsaw, Pleasant
Kendall
Valley.
Kurtz,
Ethan Hubby, Johnston.
freshman out of Iowa City High.
Kelsaw, Pleasant Valley. Hubby, Johnston. Mat 4, 113.
Evans rocking a shoulder sleeve here this tournament. I know he got a little dinged up prior districts. Wow, big upset here on mat 8. Lewis comes back with the fall. Down 20-11. I mean, just points in bunches there. Comes back, gets the fall. Great first round match there. That was a fun match to watch. Over here on mat 5, both guys,
Mat 8 at
a lot of
113
fakes, tough in hand fight.
Jack
Evans goes with an
Borders,
arm pass
City
by,
North.
nothing there.
Easton Beeler, Spencer. Borders,
Heavy on the
North.
heavy on the
Beeler,
hands.
Spencer. Mat 8. On mat 6 at 120, Cale Nash, Clear Creek, Amana, Caden Rogers, Newton. Nash, Clear Creek, Amana, Rogers, Newton on mat 6 at 120.
Kurtz with a takedown got waved off at the edge here. Over on mat 7, we got Elliot Noonwich out of Xavier and Braxton Winkley. Winkley's got a Turk here. Looking like it's 7-0 right now. Getting more back points, looking for the fall.
On mat 3 at 120, Reed Kruger, Mason City, Mitchell Pins, Dubuque Hempstead.
Over on mat 3, we got one of the better names of the tournament, Jimmy. We got Mitchell Pins
On mat 3
coming up.
120 pounds.
Two-time state placer, has taken some L's this year, so he had to wrestle into the tournament, but he's as tough as they come, I think. You know, he's one of these guys that can get something going here in the state tournament.
Tough, and he's got the name for it.
Dowling Catholic, Cahill, Walking Northwest.
And I think we're gaining here on the Wi-Fi.
We just got Wi-Fi, so we will be back here in a little bit, giving you guys better accuracy of records. Match is going on. Second period here on mat 5. Evans chooses bottom. Krutz doing a really good job of riding. Garrett Evans' dad, Jason Evans, in the corner, longtime coach at Bettendorf. He's followed Coach Knight pretty much everywhere. He was at Clinton. He was at Mount St. Clair with him. You know, so he's been traveling alongside with him this entire ride. Got a minute 30 left here in the in the second here on mat 5. Joe Pins here on front headlock. Still looking. He's got a head arm he's got a cradle going. Still has no 2. Now he's got the 2. Not yet. Kruger doing a really good job of squaring up.
And we're back. We're back online here.
There's takedown there for Pins. Hey, Jimmy, welcome back, brother.
I'm here, man. Appreciate it. Let's go.
We had a little technical difficulty here, but we're good. Just getting rolling here. Pins up 2-0.
Mat 1, period 1. We got Dowling Catholic. Kyler Simmons, a freshman. Only a freshman. He's got a 2-1 lead over Joey Cahill, Joaquin Northwest. These two probably wrestled once or twice this year.
Xavier Cedar Rapids, Lucas Vance, Marshalltown.
And Dowling looking to cut the corner here.
Xavier Cedar Rapids, Vance,
We got an injury time here on mat 5. Looks like Evans' shoulder's pretty dinged up. Trying to see where they're at with that.
Stalemate on mat 1.
They're doing a check on him. It might checking to see strength going on right here on this.
Mat 2, we got Rylan Hilton, the freshman out of Indianola versus Malachi Clement, Clear Creek, Amana. Indianola, that's a team there in 3A. They qualified all 14 guys.
Tell you what, man, Indianola kind of came out of left field this year. Big, they had a great tournament at Battle Waterloo. They kind of had a little setback in the state duels, but I mean, still qualifying all 14. Obviously, you take that many guys down to state tournament.
That's a good time.
That's a good time. You got to make sure that you can get some hardware, bringing everyone back, possibly contending. Pins here on 3, looking for an Easton tilt. Goes right into a step back there on a tough ride. Doing a really good job controlling the hips while having a wrist.
Mat 4, Soren Carlson, the freshman. Ethan Hubby from Johnston, also a freshman. So we got a freshman versus freshman bout on mat 4. Mat 5, we got Bettendorf's Garrett Evans, the junior. Kendall Kurtz, Iowa City High, the junior. So 2 juniors wrestling there. Mat 6, the Bobcat from Marshalltown. Lucas Bance, he's a junior, versus Cedar Rapids Xavier's Jack Foster.
I can tell you from the Midwest Iowa when you're throwing that X in that Xavier name. You're not throwing that Z out there.
On mat 7 at 120.
Pinn's doing his best to get, there's a scramble going on here. Pinn's still on top, 2-0, 46 seconds left. Drops down to a leg. Pinn's a two-time state medalist, both at 106 pounds. So
yeah, and then go ahead. Sorry.
He still wants to keep, he wants to keep that track going. I know his brother was a 3-time medalist, 1-time champ. So hopefully, he wants. I know he's always told me his goal is to have 4 medals instead of 3, like his brother.
He's got the cut back on the single. He's going to score.
Stall call there actually on Pins. He was holding on to the leg on from the top position. So 15 seconds left here in the third. Mitchell Pins, 10 seconds left.
And on mat 1, Kyler Simons, the freshman from Dowling, he's going to get a fall.
On mat 1 at 120, Matthew Williams, North Scott, Drake Phillips, Walking Northwest. Williams, North Scott, Phillips, Walking Northwest.
Mat 7, the Ankeny Hawks, they got Aiden Winky, the freshman, 20-16, versus Jamison Vanderfeld, Council Bluffs Abram Lincoln, a senior versus a freshman on mat 7.
Third period here. Kruger going both on their feet. 3-0 for the Hempstead Junior. Kruger in on a fireman's. Could possibly get it here. There it is. There's the takedown.
Going straight for the half.
Yep, 3-2.
Coaches are telling him to cut him.
Cut him, see if they can take him down again. Pin's doing a really good job. As soon as he heard that, he started grabbing onto legs.
Going for a reversal. He's got that low ankle.
Tell you what, man. I mean, we were talking about it during the 2A session. This 3A session, you're going to see some freshmen. You're going to see some guys that are gritty, tough guys that can come in here and make some noise.
Yeah, in this pigtail round, no one's holding back, right? It's you wrestle your match. You don't wait for anything to happen other than what you're going to make happen.
Number 4, or on mat 4, Matt Tran from City West up 6-2. Tran, a talented freshman. I know that they've been talking about him this year, and I've seen some good matches coming out of him. So being a freshman and having some losses, he had to wrestle into the round of 16, but already up 6-3 on the backs of 3 takedowns. But back over here on mat 3, this is getting good. 4-2 right now and score Pins. Coach Haas is getting fired up here in the corner.
Mat 8 at 120, Evan Simpson.
Down here in front of us on mat 4, we got Iowa City West Matthew Tran. He's a freshman. He's leading Stony Wood, another freshman of Indianola, 6-3. Tran in on a shot. He's going to score another takedown and make it 8-3. 8-3, Matt Tran over Stony Wood. Late in the first period.
On mat 5, Garrett Evans takes a 1-0 loss to Kendall Krutz out of City High. Looks like their coaching staff's a little fired up right now about that. Look like, Evans is trying to take a couple of shots and didn't get awarded any sort of stall calls there. But same time, man, you got to commit to those shots. Can't just be taking half shots and expecting a stall call.
Right.
On mat 5 at 120.
Pins ends up winning that match 4-2. Gritty win for him. I think he's a little dinged up, but at the same time, he's making his best effort down here at the state tournament.
Over on 7, we're tied up going into the third period, it looks like. Winky from Ankeny, Vanderveld from Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln.
Abe Lincoln, coached by one of my good friends, Nate Harm. OG Dubuquer.
West Des Moines Valley, McRae, Bondurant, Farrar on mat 3 at 126.
And just as you say that, Winky's in on a shot here, looking to cut the corner, shelf his lower leg. High crotch, crackdown position. Now he's coming out the back door.
Meanwhile, Vanderveld doing his best, cutting the corner. He was trying to go half there out of that scramble. Now they're in a waterfall position. Winky going to back door. Wow, good defense there by Vanderveld. But Winky drops right back in on that shot. Vanderveld's still trying to cut the corner. End of the second period, both tied up here. This is going to be a fun match here in the third period, I think.
I think so.
There's a fall there on mat 1. Matt Williams out of North Scott over Drake Phillips and Waukee Northwest. Then over on 6, we got a fall possibly coming here with Jack Foster out of Xavier against Lucas Bance out of Marshalltown. Foster up 11-4 here in the third period.
And we're moving fast here in this first round, it feels like.
Yeah, we are.
Mat 3, we got Valley, West Des Moines, Cash Kiner. He's a sophomore. He's wrestling a Bondurant Farrar Blue Jay, Matthew McCrae, the senior.
Just ended in fall in the first period.
And just as soon as I say that, it's over. Bondurant, that's a school there. They they've seen the effects of people moving to Des Moines, and they went from more of a 2A size school to now they're competing with the big boys in 3A. And Coach Matt Wonderland, he's done a good job developing talent year after year, even with the size change.
Wonderland's done a great job, Bondurant for I've known Matt a long time.
Dubuque boy.
Yep. University
Ankeny boy
Dubuque.
to Dubuque.
He was a University of Dubuque original. I believe he was a 2-time national qualifier during his time there at UD. Back to this Winky match, still 3-3 on mat 7.
Marathon match here, the
It
first
is.
round.
Everyone, they're both taking shots. They're both stopping them with front heads. Just flowing. Tell you what, man, like, especially in 3A, you notice, like, these first round matchups, a lot of these guys see each other so many times in the year, especially out of the Des Moines schools and out of the
CIML.
Yep, and the Iowa City schools. Like, a lot of these schools are seeing each other a lot. And it does, I mean, that's a good thing to have. It's a good problem to have, especially in the CIML area. You know, these teams, you know, are all solid teams. You throw a stick and you're finding a good wrestling program somewhere in the area with Southeast Pole, Waukee Northwest, Waukee. You know, West Des Moines Valley's got something going on this year.
Yeah, good time of the year to right or wrong if you ended up on the wrong end of the stick earlier in the year.
Our audio play-by-play is sponsored by Quint Cities Restoration out of the Quad Cities. Do yourself a favor, follow them on social media, reach out to them if you need any restoration needs. We appreciate everything they are doing so far this tournament. On mat 4, Matt Tran picks up the win, 14-7. City West coaching staff is just lined up with studs. Nate Moore, the head coach. Cody Pujol was an All-American for Co. Byron Tate, 3-time national champ out of Wartburg. They got some dogs in that coaching staff, and they all done a great job turning that. You know, they kind of had a little lull for a little bit, but all of a sudden they came right back. I think
they're back at it.
Nothing compares to back when they were like real hot in like 08, 09, 10 when you have 6 Fargo champs in the lineup. But I mean, that's an anomaly.
At 126. On mat 4 at 126, Danny Cleveland, Sioux City East.
Down on mat 1, we got Perez. He's a junior from Ankeny. He's wrestling Hunter Strong out of Davenport West. Perez with the 2-1 lead.
Named so nice, they named him twice.
That's right. Wasn't there a Perez that wrestled for Iowa?
Yep.
Wonder if there's a relation there. Mat 5, we got Blake Forrester, sophomore out of Dallas Center Grimes. Nick McAllister, junior from Waukee. Both similar records there. Putting it on the line here in the pigtail round of this 3A session.
Dallas Center Grimes, man, like they're starting to pick up some steam too. I mean, again, that
Corey Stratton, head coach in there.
That Des Moines area, they're just a wrestling hotbed right now.
And that's another school there that traditionally in years past they've been 2A, but they got the nod to move up to 3A this year and competing well against some of these bigger schools.
Out on mat 6, we got a fall from Caden Buttrick out of Fort Dodge.
Campbell Janis, Iowa City West. Turner,
Cedar Rapids Kennedy, coached by Nick LeClaire, and has his dad, Doug LeClaire, who's been a coach for about 45 years in the corner. That guy, I always joke around with him every time I see him. I'm like, man, are you ever going to retire? And he goes, oh, I will eventually. And every time he tells me he's going to retire, I'm like, I don't believe you.
It's in the blood. It stays in the blood.
32, Colin Cruz, North Scott, Ryan Young, Indianola. Cruz, North Scott, Young.
So just for those people that are tuning in, if there are any matches that you guys want us to cover, please shoot us a message here on the YouTube. Just throw it in the comments. We'll do our best to cover that match for you.
On mat 4 at 132, Caden Irvin, Pleasant Valley, Carson Krieger, Waukee. Irvin, Pleasant Valley, Krieger, Waukee. On mat 4 at 132.
Yeah, good action here to start off this first round, the pigtail round of 3A.
Where are you starting at 130? Or where are you at 132 pounds compared to where we were this morning around this time? We were still messing around 120. So these guys are, some of these guys in this first round, man, they're getting some big wins. But same time, you also got to think 3A has that top 3 qualifier. So you got some guys that are coming in here with, 500 records. So some of these guys are getting weeded out pretty quick. For the higher seed guy, it's a good feeling knowing that you can get a match out of the way here before you go into the round of 16. Over here on mat 5, we got Tegan Kendall out of Cedar Rapids Prairie, and we got Ethan Sodergan out of Ankeny Centennial. Prairie have had themselves a solid team this year. They believe they finished, I think, 9th in the state dual rankings. Right away, though, Sodergan was going to whip over. It goes 2-1 exchange.
Quick 2 called there.
It was. And he's going back to it.
He's going right back to it.
He's going right back to it. There's 2 with near fall this time. You can tell that's a move that he works on a lot because he went right back to it like it was no one's business. Goes right back again. Gets a 1, and then right away goes right back to it.
So that's 3 chin whips in about 30 seconds for Sodergren. He's leading 6-1 now after the second takedown and back points.
Big fall on mat 4.
Heartbreak early, it looks like.
Yeah.
Pleasant Valley senior, 32-14, Caden Irving falls.
Carson Krieger.
This first round. It was a close match. There again, you see it. Your dreams were crushed. What are you going to do to bounce back here in this next round? And then for the guy that got the fall, keep that momentum rolling. There's another pin on mat 6. Ryan Young out of Indianola, getting those extra team bonus points for the Indianola Indians. They qualified all 14 boys down here at the well this year.
Dallas Center Grind on mat 8 at 132.
Moving on, and we're at 138 pounds here. We're rolling right through this.
North Scott, Nick Foreman, Cedar Rapids, Washington. Green, North Scott, Foreman, Cedar Rapids, Washington. On mat 1 at 138. On mat 4 at 144, Alex Bumba, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Kate Mayfield, Dallas Center Grind. Bumba, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Kate Mayfield, Dallas Center Grind. On mat 4.
Over on mat 3, we got Tate Turner out of Norwalk and Campbell Janis out of City West. Janice, or it's tied up 4-4 here with 8 seconds left here in the second. This one will get pretty, hopefully this one stays pretty interesting.
On mat 6 at 138.
All right, still here. I'm at 3. Third period, still tied up 4-4. Janice on top, doing a decent job riding.
Yeah, and back on mat 5 after the 3 chin whips, we're still scoreless after the first period. 6-1 for Sodengren, the freshman from Ankeny Centennial.
You probably learn real quick, like, hey, let's probably stop going to this position.
Yeah, now we're in a bit of a scramble here, kind of a Merkel position, and he's gonna
roll through
and get a takedown. So Sodengren from Ankeny Centennial leading 8-1 now in second period.
We got stalling on bottom on mat 3 in this tied up match, 4-4. Janice guy has a bar, still trying to run it. Down on 2, we got Isaac Lomas out of out of Waterloo East, and Owen Gilbert out of Johnson. Lomas up 2-0, but Gilbert here looking for a takedown himself, gets himself a takedown. East is coached by one of my longtime friends, Chris Timms. He's been turning that program around left and right. I know he puts a lot of effort into it, and I think it's starting to show.
Speaking of East, over on mat 7, we got Des Moines East, Cameron Bennett, the freshman. He's down 4-2 right now to Noah Phillips, Council Bluffs, Thomas Jefferson. A little bit of blood time on that mat. Minute left to go in the second period.
Over here on mat 3, Janice with the 3 near fall right at the end of the period to win 9-6.
Got to wrestle. Got to keep wrestling.
That is solid. I mean, they were tied 6-6 here. So it looks like Turner got a reversal, and then Janice answered back with a reversal and a cradle. That's a heartbreaker there for Turner. Big win, though, for Janice from the City West.
On mat 3 at 138, Carson Cornwell, Johnston, Aiden Ehlinger, Lindbar. Cornwell, Johnston, Ehlinger, Lindbar on mat 3 at 138. On mat 7 at 138.
All right, over here on
Cedar Falls, Carter Scorth, Lewis Central, Wilson.
mat 1, we got Cole Green out of North Scott up 4-0. 25 seconds left here in the second. Over Nick Foreman out of Cedar Rapids, Washington. Foreman, I know his brother was a pretty solid wrestler for Washington. I think Nick's probably just as good. DC Elite kid.
Jones, Clear Creek, Amana, Cook, Cedar Rapids.
He handed a couple of ranked guys some losses this year. I know that. But Green is doing a really good job running a bar. They're going to a stalemate here in the end of the end of the second. Green's choosing both on their feet. Man, there's been some good wrestling so far, and we're not even in the round of 16 yet. Over on mat 4, we got Alex Bumba out of Cedar Rapids Prairie and Caden Mayfield. Bumba up 6-3. Bumba's got a half in, pretty deep half in. He's looking to grab a leg, looking for near falls. I think he's going to get him here. Comes over, looking to sit through. Now going head arm. With the fall, Alex Bumba
Up on mat 5 at 138, Jackson Brewer.
Bumba with a solid fall there for the Prairie Hawks. Now coming up, we got another. Looks like, wow, we had two cradles going on at the same time on mat 6. Looks like
Who's going to get the points?
it looks like Rue got him, but Pella coming out on top. 2-2 here after the score in the second period.
Riley Brown, Fort Dodge, Braden Doyle, Iowa City West.
Down on mat 4, we got Braden Doyle out of City West and Riley Brown.
Fort Dodge, Doyle, Iowa City West, on mat 4 at 144.
I'm assuming Doyle comes out of that long lineage of Coach Doyle out of the Hawks. I think the family stayed at City West for wrestling. On 5, we got Jackson Brewer out of Lewis Central and Nolan Howlock, Clear Creek Amana. Clear Creek, I think they sent 11 guys down the state tournament.
Good for them.
Yeah, that's a team that you don't hardly ever hear of, and all of a sudden, within the last year, they become, a pretty conversational team, making the regional duels this year. End up losing to North Scott in the first round of it, but still, from where they were even 2 years ago to where they are now, man, just growth. You can tell Tiffin is growing at an alarming rate. And Clear Creek's one of those benefiting from that.
And probably another district, too, that was traditionally a 2A school that got the nod to move up to 3A, and they're competing well.
Over here on over on mat 6, we still got a banger going on here with Remy from Pella and Rue from Urbandale. 2 on the takedown here for Urbandale. Minute 18 left here in the third. Score is 4-2.
Anyone's match.
Yep. Coach Moreno down there telling him to take a quick breath, refocus. A lot of scrambling going on in this match, so you got to stop, kind of clear your mind, get focused here during these breaks, big breaths, kind of get yourself back in the moment.
And that's really what it is. Some of these kids that can take that time and refocus and take a couple breaths. You see some of the best in the world. I always think of Jordan Burroughs. It takes a little time to tie his shoe or to take a breath or two on the edge of the mat and refocus, recenter himself before he gets back to center. And that can be the difference sometimes.
On mat 5 at 144. On mat 8.
Down on mat 1, we got Dowling Catholic Zeb Fitzgerald. He's a senior. He's wrestling Gavin Dobell, another senior from Spencer. And we got another Clear Creek Amana, Riker Jones, Adam Cook, Xavier, Cedar Rapids. Mat 2. We got Johnston and Lynn Marr. Mat 3, Carson Cornwell and Aiden Ellinger. A senior versus a sophomore there. Mat 4, as you said, Braden Doyle out of Iowa City West. He's a senior going against a sophomore, Riley Brown out of Fort Dodge. Doyle leading that one, 7-3.
Down on 5, starting matches off, we got Duncan Harn out of Bettendorf and Liam McLaughlin out of Norwalk. That match just starting. It looks like Harn right away on a takedown. Possible back points. Kind of in a weird scramble situation, but if he sinks his hips through, he's probably going to get 2 in back points.
Right on the edge.
Nothing there. They're going to start back up.
I like that. Good. That's a good no call. You could have maybe given the 2 points to Bettendorf there, but Norwalk was wrestling hard in the position, and Bettendorf didn't quite have control on the edge of the mat there. But he definitely has control right there.
Yep, looking for the fall.
Takedown right into a near fall cradle. He's hooking the far leg, and he's going to get a pin.
31 seconds here in the first period.
Duncan Harn, the junior.
What's the record on him?
7-2.
7-2. So he must have missed out a lot of the year. Looks like he's got a big old knee brace on, so.
Maybe recovering from a surgery or something.
Yep. Bettendorf, traditional powerhouse. They always bring dogs down, and it's showing right away.
They are the dogs.
Yes, they are.
Evan Ralphs, North Scott. Owen Walker, West Des Moines Valley.
Mat 6, Rex Ramey from Pella. He's down by a point. The sophomore versus Dane Rue of Urbandale. one of those matches where it's been Scramble City. And they're rolling again. Pella's in trouble. Rex Ramey's in trouble.
On mat 8 at 144, Merrick Kelsall, Pleasant Valley.
Not sure what the call was there. Oh, that's going to end the match. After a scramble right there at the end, Pella drops another takedown, and Urbandale's Dane Rue is going to move on to the round of 16 after a 6-3 decision. Mat 7, we've got Cedar Falls, Keller Wilson. He's a senior versus Carter Scotch of Lewis Central. And Scotch is going to pick up the tech fall there in the third period, 20-3. And down on mat 8, we've got Pleasant Valley's Merrick Kessel. He's a freshman making a name for himself versus Garrett Kingery out of Southeast Polk.
On mat 6 at 144,
Senior Garrett Kingery,
Parker
Southeast
Casey,
Polk.
Johnston, Braden Wiles, Cedar Falls.
And it looks like Southeast Polk, although most of their guys are ranked in or seated in the top 8, the few that are wrestling in this pigtail round, they've got the blonde hair going, the bleached hair, the highlights.
Indianola, Peters, Clinton.
You see a kid with the bleached blonde hair, you know he's from Southeast Polk.
At 138.
The Rams came to wrestle, and they got the blonde hair. Over
Down on mat 4, Doyle still up 9-3. Minute 44 left here.
On mat 3 at 144, Landon Corey.
Down on mat 1, heavy hands from Gavin Doble, Spencer.
Spencer.
2-1, Fitzgerald leading. Fitzgerald to Dowling Catholic, leading Doble, 2-1. Going into the third period here.
Want to give a shout out to one of my guys out in Dubuque. I just had to ask him how sound good. Talked to my buddy Quinn. He just told me everything sounds good, brother. So I appreciate that checking in on me for you. Tell you what, man. During the break, we stopped down, had lunch down at Buzzard Billy's, and I'm gonna tell you what, man. We were just talking about it. The state tournament, there's nothing like it, man. I mean, not to throw shade on basketball, state basketball tournaments, but I don't think there's any other community in the state of Iowa more like wrestling down here. I mean, you have just group of guys that just. When we stopped at lunch, man, I mean, there's probably 200 people just sitting around waiting for 3A to start, grabbing some lunch,
and you can talk wrestling to any one of them, you know, and you might leave there with a best friend. The only thing I can compare it to is maybe being down at the Drake Stadium for track.
Okay.
But still, you don't get the intensity, you don't get the passion from the fans. I don't think. I wasn't a track runner, but you know, it's just the melting pot down here of all these schools and all these fans coming from near and far, and then the effort that these guys put into getting down here, and the travel that comes behind them, the family and the friends and the support. It's really unlike anything else, and you don't know it until you experience it.
You know, we were talking about during 2A, and I think we're going to see it more with 1A tonight, where, you know, all these small towns, man, shut down. Even if it's for like 1 or 2 state qualifiers, they come down in drones, man, and I think we'll see it more so in Class 1A tonight. You know, these schools that are, you know, maybe have 100 kids, but there's going to be 300 people here cheering for one kid. I mean, you can't beat it.
That's what it's all about.
Down on 6.
Good takedown there.
Great takedown there from Peter Wiles out of Cedar Falls over Parker Casey.
And we've got a good match down on 1.
4-1 here in third period. Got Fitzgerald out of Dowling Catholic and Gavin Doble out of Spencer.
Fitzgerald's going to get the W. He's going to move on.
Dowling coached by one of your GV brethren, Ryak Finch, multiple-time national champ for the Vikings.
Yeah, Coach Finch, undefeated 2-time national champ, and he brought a lot of other Grandview guys with him. They're trying to do special things at Dowling. They've had a lot of success the last couple of years since he's been there. It's almost more fun watching some of my teammates, or maybe not even my teammates, but guys I grew up wrestling with, and now they're coaching in the high school ranks. It's almost more fun watching those guys develop their athletes versus watching them wrestle, or watching teammates wrestler.
Yeah, I have a group of roommates that, they're, you had them too. They're as thick as brothers, and I got one at Red Oak. I got one at Hempstead. I got gaggle of them at West Dubuque. Gaggle of them at Wahlert. I tell you what, man, like this sport, like we just said, it's like no other. Where like you develop brothers, especially in like if you wrestle in college, you develop a brotherhood with these guys, and you love to see them be successful as coaches and just develop their athletes as time progresses.
100%. Yeah, Coach Fitch, Coach Lohman, Coach Turner, Coach Randalls, Coach Volker. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Coach Clark over there at Dowling doing special things.
Grant down there?
Brett Turner.
Brett Turner, okay.
Legend. The legend, Brett Turner.
I thought we were talking about the tuna here for a second. I was like, man, dude, he's everywhere.
He's too busy. He's too busy traveling the world selling Nike product. Hit up Grant Turner for all your APS Nike needs. Back to action here.
On mat 1, we got Jake Mitchell out of City High and Will McDermott out of North Scott. Mitchell's had a kind of an up and down year. He came in the season ranked 5th. Had to end up wrestling into the tournament here. Don't want to put much more spotlight on him, but grandson of Dan Gable. His brother's a stud at Iowa baseball. Dad's the head coach at City High baseball. Scoring right now, though, for Mitchell's 4-1.
Off to a good start. Mat 2, we got Lamar's Keegan Kaiser. He's a senior versus Grant Broderick, another senior from Linmar. They're neck and neck, 3-2. Broderick with the slight advantage. Pella's got another wrestler in TR Putz on mat 3 versus Waukee Northwest, Lincoln Hutt. Ames with Cole Martin, the junior, on mat 4 versus Brody Work, the freshman from Boone, Iowa. Mat 5s, we got North Scott, Evan Ralphs. He's a junior taking on West Des Moines Valley's Owen Walker. Walker with a 7-2 lead there. Cedar Falls sent Brady Wiles, a senior. He's down 4-2 to Parker Casey from Johnston, just a freshman, Parker Casey.
We got a cradle going up here on 5 as time runs out.
Rounding out mat 7 and 8 on 7, we got Clinton's Danny Peters, a sophomore. He's leading Eli Cox. Check that. We're tied 5-5, a minute left in the third period.
Peters solid, man. He had a solid big win over Mitchell Murphy. We'll be seeing later in the afternoon. He's returning state medalist for Hempstead this year. He's one of these guys too that I think he doesn't give up too many losses here during the season. He could be one of those guys that could have been in the conversation for being seeded. But Clinton always has one or two guys that can always make something happen.
And then rounding out mat 8, early in this first round of 3A, Merrick Kelsel. He's a freshman from Pleasant Valley. He's wrestling Garrett Kingery of Southeast Polk. Kingery leading 7-6 late in the third period. And it looks like Pleasant Valley is going to get a reversal late in that match on mat 8. Merrick Kessel.
Big win for PV there.
And maybe an upset, Southeast Polk, another team that usually in the talk for a championship race. They all dyed their hair this year, it looks like, the bleach blonde. And, another program that typically qualifies most, if not all, the weight classes. They give up an early one in the pigtail round, 8-7.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 157. MacGyver Haggerty, Waverly Shellrock, Dominic Tickner, Norwalk.
Coming up here for the Go Hawks, one of the cooler names in the bracket, MacGyver Haggerty. Brother of McCray Haggerty, 2-time state champ out of Waverly. MacGyver's had kind of a, I think it's about just above 500 here for the Go Hawks.
20 and 18, it looks like.
Okay.
Sophomore. Versus Dominic Tigner, Norwalk. Haggerty and Tigner. Tigner just a junior, 32-9 record. And we're scoreless 30 seconds into the first period.
157, Landon Bell, Iowa City Liberty. Daniel Zio, Des Moines East. Bell with Iowa City Liberty. Zio, Des Moines East. Now wrestling on mat 1 at 157.
Over on mat 5, Nolan Riddle, a senior, Fort Madison, versus Trace Robertson Jr. from Clear Creek, Amana.
Over on 7, we got Dylan Peters at Clinton, or Danny Peters is. Looks like our scoreboard hasn't been reset yet. Okay, no, Brady Jenkins out of Clinton coming up here for Clinton, and then Jack Stevens out of Clear Creek. Grant Boddicker on mat 2 out of Linn-Mar. He's had a solid year so far. Picks up a 4-2 win there. Linn-Mar always has just a group of guys, man. Always has a group of guys.
They're coached well year after year.
Coach Dougie Fresh, man, Doug Stryker. It's my dude. He's been at the helm for a long time. Does a great job. And one of the things I always, in 3A, there's always guys that want to go to the better pony, it seems like. Doug just always does a really good job of coaching guys that are from Marion, that lead them up and get some good results out of them.
Develops the athletes, keeps the hometown boys homes. There's something to be said for that too.
Absolutely, and especially in an area like Marion, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, where you could go to any one of those schools if you really wanted to. But when your grass is green, no sense of leaving it.
And it seems more common these kids jump in schools with. The NIL deal's a whole different deal with the college ranks, but even high school, it seems like kids are jumping from town to town a little more often. And kudos to Coach Stryker for keeping the boys home.
Absolutely, he definitely waters the grass. I mean, especially a guy that runs a sod company, firsthand how good watering good grass is.
Sod the world.
Sod the world. You want to give a quick shameless plug, see if you want to get some advertisement here for yourself?
Shout out to Turfworks Inc. for all your sod and grading needs.
Contact Jimmy Schusler.
Boom. We'll take care of you. Sod grading and landscape, specializing in sod and grading. We love wrestling. We like to hire wrestlers.
All right, going down on mat 4, we got Kendall Borden Johnson and Kendall Kerr out of Bettendorf, 150 pounds. Those first couple of rounds went by pretty quick, but, now we're starting to almost catch up a little bit. It seems like a lot of these matches are getting deep into the periods.
Guys are settling in a little bit, and, maybe not as many quick pins.
That, especially at 106 pounds, especially, you got those guys that are down there that are probably cutting to make 106, and those guys that can barely make 106. So those matches will come fast. Looks like Kerr's got some back points here.
Bettendorf putting Norwalk in trouble on mat 4. Norwalk does a good job fighting off his back.
A quick 5-2 match here on mat 4. Minute 30 left here in the first. Down on 8. We got Dominic Tigner up 3-0 on McIver Haggerty.
And over on mat 3, Pella's TR Putz, the senior, he gets a pin over Lincoln Hutt, Northwest Waukee. He's moving on to the round of 16.
On mat 5, Nolan Riddle out of Fort Madison with a tech fall over Trace Robertson. Tell you what, Fort Madison, they're losing one of the better ones. Coach Ryan Smith hanging it up after this year. He's been a staple down there for the past 25 years. So to see him move on is kind of sad. I hope they go after a really good replacement for him. But I think his legacy will be really missed down in the Fort Madison area.
157. Now wrestling on mat number
Down on
5
6
at 157.
right now, we
Tegan
got
Piper, Ankeny,
Levi
wrestling
Johnson
on
up 14-4 over Jason Rivas out of Des Moines East.
Now wrestling on mat 5 at 157.
Yeah, in East Des Moines, that's a school they're in the toughest conference in the state, right? They probably don't have as many resources as some of these other CIML schools. So it's good to see them bring a healthy amount of kids down to the state tournament, and they're competing well.
They always seem to. They're always, if not for nothing, they always have like 2 or 3 guys that are solid.
Right.
So to see them bring a decent amount of guys down here, like you said,
It's good to see. And they're not too far from home.
nope, they're probably, what, about probably 2 minutes?
I think the high schools, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, depending on if you drive like me or if you drive like you.
Yeah, I think my wife would agree with you on that. I drive like an old man, dude. 5 above the speed limit, that's all you need.
I can't say the same.
Down here on 8, closing up here. We got a minute left here. Haggerty down 2.
Needs a takedown.
Needs a big takedown here for the Go Hawks.
Go, Hawk, go.
Up, and just gets answered back. Tigner with a go behind off his shot. We got a headlock here on 5.
Tigner said no way.
Johnson looking for the fall over Rivas. Or
Check that.
Piffer over Posnick out of Boone. And there's the fall.
Tegan Pfeiffer versus Joseph Pistonic from Boone. And the Ankeny Hawk making quick work in the first period.
Down here on 4,
Now wrestling on
Kendall
mat
Kerr
number
up
5,
5-2 over Johnson from Norwalk. Minute 20 left here in the second.
Hartman of Fort Madison, Miras of Linmore, wrestling on mat number 5 at 165.
Coming up here on mat 6, Dubuque Hempstead, Dawson Fish, 2-time state qualifier, having to wrestle in the tournament. This is one of those kids, for me personally, like, I want to see this kid come home with a medal. He is probably one of the best kids I've ever been around, you know, and for how close he's come. And then right now I'm seeing he's got a shoulder brace on, so that doesn't really bode a whole lot of confidence here. But he's done a really good job. I think this past season he's hit the weight room pretty hard. He brings in, he's been working out with Coach Loy, who is a former roommate of mine, and you can tell like his offense has gotten really similar to Jordan's. So be interesting to see here coming up on mat 6.
Yeah, and you mentioned the shoulder braces. We've seen a few knee braces. We've seen the face protection. These dudes are modern-day warriors, modern-day gladiators. They work all year for this. They fight through injury. And again,
I'm sorry. No, I had a buddy that just asked me today. He goes, I feel like we've seen so many more shoulder braces over the last 5-10 years. And what it comes down to is these kids are getting really good with sprawls, and these guys on bottom getting their shoulders stretched out every day eventually just takes a toll on your shoulders anytime you get that stuff there. So this is actually a rematch from districts on Saturday. Dawson Fish and Ben Little.
Right away.
Fishing
on a single.
In on a single.
Cutting across. Head up.
There's a takedown there.
Shoulder injury, if it is an injury, not playing a part early on here in the match.
Dawson lost in the blood round of preseason nationals this year. I knew that kind of hurt him a little bit mentally. But at the same time, he's a very positive kid and probably one of the smartest kids I've ever met. He's got like an over 4.0 GPA. Got a 35 on his ACT and told me he was going to take it for the third time to try to get that 36.
I love that.
It is. It's one of those kids we always joke around. He's too smart for his own good, but he's just one of those kids, like I said,
Give me a few brain cells.
Right? Can I have half of them? He asked me what my ACT score was, and I was like, can we change subject real quick? Got near fall here on the tilt. Rolls through there. There's got set of 3 there.
He's off to a good start.
His dad took 4th here back in the 90s, so I think he definitely wants to get his own medal. Sets back, looking for the fall. There's the fall. Dawson Fish, Dubuque Hempstead.
Wasting no time. Ooh.
Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 165, Zach Streeter, Carlisle. Tyler Cook, Sioux City East. Streeter of Carlisle. Cook, Sioux City East. Now wrestling on mat number 6 at 165. Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 175, Victor Esparza, Norwalk. Ronan Thomas, Xavier, Cedar Rapids. Esparza, Norwalk. Thomas, Xavier, Cedar Rapids, wrestling on mat number 4 at 175. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 165. Ethan McDonald, Indianola. Wrigley Cook, Prairie, Cedar Rapids. McDonald of Indianola. Cook of Cedar Rapids, Prairie. On mat number 2 at 165.
Down on mat 1, we're scoreless after 1 period. Pella's Logan Bruxford, he's a junior, going against Waukee Northwest. Gabe Rubino, a freshman, deadlocked at 0. Next to them on mat 2, Ethan McDonald out of Indianola. He's a senior taking on Ridgely Koch of Prairie Cedar Rapids. Just getting underway there on mat 2. Southeast Pokes, Abe Bushong with a controlling lead 6-0 over Parker Herzog, Council Bluffs Abraham on mat 3.
Over here on 2, Riley Koch, or Wrigley Koch, got the leg up in the air. Looks like Prairie has Chris Ganson in their corner, former opponent of Jimmy Schuessler. One of my longtime buddies. Back in the day when you guys, not to talk smack about NAI, but you guys could just go to an open and qualify for nationals. You guys didn't actually have to go to a regional tournament.
Those were the days.
Show up, first tournament of the year. Hey, I qualified for nationals. I don't got to worry about it the rest of the year. Once we get past this first round here, all of a sudden, we'll move to round of 16, just like 2A. We found out, we kind of realized halfway through it this morning, there are no consolations today. So we are just wrestling first round and round of 16, and then tomorrow we'll begin consolations. I would assume probably every round will start with first round consolations, and then we'll move forward with the quarterfinals. And then on Friday, you have your blood round the same time as your semifinals.
Down on mat 8, Kay Johnson, the senior out of Spencer, with a 4-0 lead over Jesse Egley of Fort Dodge. Johnson riding tough. Left side chop. And next to them on mat 7, earning the escape, Ben Backus of Cedar Falls. He's down 4-0 against Xavion Anderson of Marshalltown, the junior. Check that, 4-2 after the escape. Xavion Anderson with the lead. The Marshalltown Bobcat. Next to them on mat 6, Zach Streeter out of Carlisle with the 5-0 lead over Tyler Cook, Sioux City East.
Tell you what, man, Carlisle's got it going on right now, too.
Yeah, and that's another school that traditionally was a little smaller than some of these CIML or these Eastern Iowa, Davenport, Iowa City, Cedar Rapids teams. But they're holding their own against some of these bigger schools.
Takedown there with 7-0. Looking for near falls, too. And a fall.
Zach Streeter, Carlisle, with the pin against Tyler Cook of Sioux City East. He's moving on to the round of 16.
Over here on 2, Coke up 1-0.
165, Angelo Werno, Bankity, Wyatt Haas, Davenport West, Cornell, Bankity, Haas, and Davenport West, wrestling on mat number 8 at 165. Wrestling on mat number 6 at 175, John Freaking, Dowling Catholic, Armin Williams, Bettendorf. Freaking of Dowling Catholic, Williams of Bettendorf, wrestling on mat number 6 at 175.
Big win out of Xavier. Ronan Thomas up 4-2, gets the fall. Coke here doing a really good job. Up 1-0, minute 54 left here in the second, or in the third. Down on mat 2. Down on 8, looks like Davenport West has a big old headlock going on here. Nice head arm. Wyatt Haas with the fall.
And here's maybe the story of the tournament down on mat 6. Dowling Catholic's Jack Freaking. I don't know if you saw on the news
He learned
earlier this week.
Learned how to wrestle on YouTube.
Learned how to wrestle on YouTube, and with a little bit of good coaching, he finds himself qualified for the state tournament. We'll see if he can make any noise this weekend.
And it makes me laugh because, like, we were talking about in the morning session how, like, with the advances of, like, flow wrestling and YouTube, so that you can learn how to wrestle, where basically, like, when we were kids, like, you were lucky if you even got a technique film. Like, it had to be, like, 20 years old. John Smith's How Low Can You Go? And that's probably about it.
Either John Smith or Gable.
Yeah. You got Camden Smith here with a big old cradle here up on mat 4. Preseason national champ at 195 pounds. This kid is strong as a frickin' boar. He has got just mad power. He can pin anyone on a dime.
And there he goes.
Yep, first period fall there.
Making it look easy. Dude's got some pipes.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I believe he's a sophomore.
So he's got room to grow still.
Yeah. I know he's just lived in the weight room this year. And Coach Haas and Coach Loy, I mean, Coach Haas retired this year, but he's still in the corners. And he told me, I asked him at that conference, I'm like, how's retirement? He goes, I don't know if you call this retirement, man. I haven't missed a freaking duel yet. So, if anything, he's just kind of stepped back and let Brett take over the job, and now he's more of a volunteer assistant, which I think that for his tenure, that's totally fine and dandy. He's done enough for that program.
And what's the saying? If you love what you do, or you do what you love, you never work a day in your life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially if you get to work with your sons every day, and get to make sure that you get to have all that fun. It looks like Wrigley Coke there wins 1-0 for Prairie.
Tight one.
Coach Ganson's pretty fired up right now. He's all sorts of fired up right now.
And it looks like the Cinderella story is maybe coming to an end for Jack Freaking, Dowling Catholic. He loses by fall on mat 6.
Tell you what, though, man, that's just a cool story. It's a cool story, man. Like, you have those stories every so often. A kid that goes out for wrestling. I think back at Terry Vesey's from Assumption, gets cut from the basketball team as a sophomore, shows up second week of practice, ends up winning a state title at the end of the year. Just crazy how it can happen down here.
Yeah, you put work into the sport, and you get what you earn out of it. And this sport really is for anyone.
Wrestling at mat number 5 at 175, Andy Frankie, Muscatine, Christian Gasper, Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Frankie and Muscatine, Gasper, Cedar Rapids Kennedy, now wrestling on mat number 5 at 175. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 175, Gavin Benton, Iowa City Liberty. Mason Tilley, Iowa City City High. Benton of Iowa City Liberty. Tilley of Iowa City City High, wrestling on mat number 3 at 175.
Yeah, and I've said it before, but down here on mat 8, we've got Grant Gemmel from Waukee going against John Hatchett from ADM. I was a 1A, 2A guy in high school, and I see some of these teams that we competed against year in and year out making the jump to 3A and still being competitive.
I mean, just these small towns that are outside big cities, they're just growing, you know.
Just as fast as the big cities are.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Tiffin at one point, I mean, it probably was just a gas station and a post office, and now it's, you know, it's becoming one of the bigger schools. You know, remember my wife at the time when she was living in North Liberty, there was probably 2,000 people there. Now it's getting close to 10,000 people there, and their school's almost at max capacity at 3,200 students.
And again, shout out to all the people following us here on the IA Russell stream. We got Waverly, Marion, a couple Waverlys, LeClaire, Iowa, tuning in.
Over 2, we got Valley West Des Moines, big double bars right now.
Van Arkel,
early
takedown, and he's going back points. The senior from West Des Moines Valley.
Tim Albright out of Waverly. That's a name I remember back in the day. We had some solid wrestlers there. Down on 7, we got David Thyssen out of West Dubuque and Adam Rose out of Marion. 9-3 in favor of Thyssen right now. West Dubuque going through that gauntlet of district out of Dubuque this week and end up sending 4 down here. Already getting a win from Cal McKenna. So for them to go 4-0, getting in the round of 16 would be a nice start for them.
Julio Santos, Sioux City West. Goma, Xavier, Cedar Rapids, Santos, Sioux City West. Now wrestling on mat number 8.
Down on 5, we got Andy Frank out of Muscatine and Christian Gasper. Frank only a sophomore.
And next to them on mat 6, Lane Nelson, the senior from Dallas Center Grimes, going against Newton senior Wyatt Wetter. We're locked 0-0, 40 seconds to go in the first period there. Another one of my good friends and college roommates, best friend, David Kellogg in the corner for Dallas Center Grimes. Shout out to David Kellogg, a.k.a. War. And I've said it before, I just love seeing some of these old college teammates and old college competitors coaching up the youth. It's the best thing.
Big fall on mat 2 for Valley West Des Moines.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 215, Colin Woods, Cedar Rapids Jefferson, Carson Nash, Clear Creek Amana. Woods of Cedar Rapids Jefferson, Nash, Clear Creek Amana. Now wrestling on mat 4 at 215. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 190.
9-3 still here for Thyssen. 35 seconds left here. Wrestling Adam Rose. There's 21-8. Thyssen 5-4 coming in the tournament. Marion's coached by my cousin Jason Haig. He's been there for about 12 years, 13 years now. And he was former Linn-Mar coach, was there for about 10, 15 years. "20 seconds left here in the third period for Thyssen and Rose. Frank up 4-2 over Basper out of Kennedy. Gavin Benton out of Iowa City Liberty up 9-2 over Mason Tiley.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 215, Jade Lytle, North Scott, Joseph Monge of Lewis Central. Lytle, North Scott, Monge, Lewis Central, now wrestling on mat number 8 at 215.
Good sprawl on mat 6 by Lane Nelson, Dallas Center. He's got a slight lead, 2-0, about 40 seconds left in the second period. Been doing a good job controlling most of the match, controlling the mat itself. Good hand fighting, digging underhooks, good fakes, good snaps. Two evenly matched dudes on mat 6.
Over on 7, we got Bondurant Farrar, Milwaukee Northwest.
Gipfel, the Bondurant Farrar, Parker, Milwaukee Northwest, now wrestling on mat number 7 at 190.
And down on mat 2, we've got ADM's Carver Sutton, the junior, getting a takedown on the edge against Isaiah Kellau, the senior from Indianola. Excuse me, other way around. Kellau of Indianola with the takedown on the edge against Sutton.
Colin Woods and Carson Nash up on 4. Cedar Rapids Jefferson for Woods. Nash out of Clear Creek, Amana. Takedown there for Nash.
And back to mat 6. Lane Nelson putting a tough ride on against Wyatt Welder of Newton.
Frank up 5-2.
Nelson been working hard this whole third period.
Frank, coach from Muscatine, coached by one of the, in my opinion, one of the scariest people on the entire planet, Ryan Haggerty, former Loras All-American, but also he doesn't like people to know, but one of the sweeter guys you'll ever meet. Big win there for the sophomore out of Muscatine.
That's usually how it goes, right? The nice guys also have a little bit of a dark side to them that you don't want to cross.
Oh, no, it's the exact opposite. The dark side of that guy has a sliver of nice in him. Shout out to the Muscatine Muskies. My buddy Joe Taylor has been listening all day. Former state placer for the Muskies. So he's pretty pumped. I know he's probably sitting down in Peoria, Illinois, all jacked up over that win. Going on mat 5 right now, we got Xander Wiedemeyer and out of Waverly Shell Rock and Cameron Moore out of Lewis Central.
And on mat 6, Wyatt Wetter from Newton, the senior, with the reversal on the edge over Lane Nelson, Dallas Center Grimes. 50 seconds left in the third period. This one's shaping up to be a barn burner. Wetter's going to cut him loose with 40 seconds to go. He's got to get a takedown. He's down 3-2. Dallas Center Grimes, no stall calls, no warnings on either guy. Got to do his best to keep his butt to the center of the mat, hold position, or go score a takedown and ice this match. And these are those situations you were talking about in the 2A rounds. You train all year and you put yourself in those match situations, down by a point with 20 seconds to go. What's the go-to takedown? We'll see if Wetter has it here from Newton. 15 seconds to go.
Wedmer going big chin whip. Look, settling in for the fall. He got about a minute here. He's got plenty of time.
Waverly looking good, rocking the silver singlets. He's switching off to a headlock. But Moore, Lewis Central, sneaks out the back. Now they're in a bit of a scramble situation. Feeding him a little hips. And we're neutral. Mat 1, Camden Furmill. He's got a 5-1 lead over Jack Cahill of Ankeny Centennial.
The Iowa High School Athletic Association would like to thank Dr. Dennis Zachary and Dr. Tim McCoy of University of South Medical Clinic for volunteering their time to be the tournament physicians for the state wrestling tournament. On behalf of the student athletes and their coaches, the athletic
Takedown there for Wedemeyer, 7-1.
for their presence during every match of the tournament.
Down on 7, we got Peyton Ripple down 7-1 over to Abe Parker out of Milwaukee Northwest.
Farrar and Horst Apella, now wrestling on mat number 6 at 215.
And I believe, like 2A, after the conclusion of these heavyweight matches, or even before they get over, we're going to go right back into the 106 bouts.
Yep, it's just going to continue to roll right into it.
The Iowa High School Athletic Association would also like to thank Iowa State University for providing the athletic trainers for the state wrestling tournament. Approximately 30 athletic trainers from Iowa State volunteer their time to assist our student athletes and their coaches throughout the duration of the tournament. The Athletic Association salutes our athletic trainers. Thank you for your dedicated service to this year's state wrestling tournament participants.
Over here on 4, Colin Woods looking for a quick take, or looking for that go-ahead takedown there. There's 2, tie it up here. 30 seconds left here in the third.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 215, Lance Clark, Des Moines Lincoln, Aiden Wyckoff, Carlisle. Clark of Des Moines Lincoln, Wyckoff of Carlisle.
With an escape, though, right? The 17 seconds left. Nash up 4-3. 17 seconds left. If you're Woods, you gotta just empty the clip here real quick.
Let it fly. No
You know,
time
a
like
shot
the present.
runs him out of bounds.
Action called, no stalling there.
Another one of those college calls where it'd be great to have that come up where it's like, hey, he's in on a leg running him out of bounds. You need to check out the stall call. I mean, but good for Nash though, coming up, getting that one right away, and squeaking out that win there in the round of 6, or they're moving on to the round of 16. Coming up here at 106 pounds, man, you're about to see some studs coming up. I'm already seeing some names popping up here on the board, and it's pretty exciting to see so far.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 215, John Harden, Atumwa, Ronan Namkina, Bettendorf. Harden of Atumwa, Namkina, Bettendorf, now wrestling on mat number 4 at 215.
Down on mat 8, Joseph Mong, the junior out of Lewis Central, picking up a pin, moving on to the round of 16 over Jay Lytle of North Scott. And on mat 7, Abe Parker of Northwest Waukee is going to get the W over Braden Gipple of Bondurant Farrar, 9-4.
Lashbrook, Waverly Showrock, now wrestling on mat number 7 at 215. Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 285.
Coming up here on mat 2, we got Tate Woodruff out of Dubuque Hempstead taking on Tate Burrell out of Marion.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 215. Tate Woodruff, Dubuque Hempstead. Tate Burrell.
Woodruff coming off a phenomenal football season this year. He is a stud on the football field.
Number 2 at 215.
All right, looking down on here on 6, Bondurant Farrar scoring a takedown here, putting their lead up 4, tying it up 4-4. Minute 20 left here in the second. Now we're seeing the heavyweights coming out here. Down here on 8, Dowling and Ankeny. Little crosstown rivalry here.
There's a little rivalry.
They're looking to fight real inside hand fights. Borrell out of Marion doing a really good job circling, squaring the center, looking to grab that leg there. Got his ankle taped up there. Hopefully that didn't happen just this morning. Hopefully that's been long delayed injury. Bonner down here on mat 6. We got a banger going on here, going in the 30 seconds left here in the second.
Tied up 4-4. Down on mat 8, Brady Hagan, Dowling Catholic.
Woodruff, though, gets the couldn't get nothing yet. Had him in danger here. Down on 2.
Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 285. Ashton Honore, Iowa City West. Carlos Andrade, Lewis Central. Honore, Iowa City West.
Yeah, freshman
Andrade,
Brady
Lewis
Hagan
Central.
wrestling
Now wrestling on mat 3 at 285.
Jack Dorfler from Ankeny. That's a junior versus a freshman down on mat 8.
Scoreless here after 2. Wow, got a takedown here late and down mat 6, 4-7. Pulling away is Rother out of Johnston. I'm sorry, wrong mat. Hockett out of Pella, looking for back points here. This match is tied up here going into the third. Now he's got it cinched in, looking for a fall. There's the fall for Pella. Van Vorst.
And next to him on mat 4, we've got Ottumwa's John Harden.
Woodruff up 1-0 here down on mat 2. Down on 4, looks like Bettendorf's looking for a fall here. Big fall here on mat 4 for Roman Numkena.
Now wrestling on mat number 5, 285 pounders. Jackson Boyd.
Down on 7. Got a fall looking like here coming out of Mason Rothler out of Johnston.
3 in a row, maybe.
Wrestling on mat number 6 at 285. Logan Johnson, Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Andrew Hine, Waukee. Johnson.
You called it. Mat 7, Mason Rothler was up 2-1 and gets a pin midway through the second period.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 285.
Back to mat 8, we got a 1-0 bout. Jack Dorfler of Ankeny leading Brady Hagan of Dowling Catholic. Hagan digging double underhooks.
Bettendorf now wrestling on mat number 4 at 285.
Hagan, the younger brother of Greg Hagan, stud heavyweight at Grandview, returning national champion.
Down
ranked
here on
first
mat
currently.
6, we got heavyweights rolling here, so 106 should be popping out here real quick. Woodruff, big headlock. Down on 2.
He's got to settle back.
Looking
That's
for the
tight.
fall.
That's tight.
Big pin there.
At 285.
Tate Woodruff, the senior out of Dubuque Hempstead, with the headlock in the fall early in the first period. Oh, and Hagan putting his Ankeny opponent on his back.
Brady Hagan, I'm assuming that's probably brothers of
Greg. Greg's younger brother, Brady, making a name for himself. Gets the pin.
Boy, I'd hate to see that family's grocery bill. They make them big down there in the Hagan household.
And Coach Finch is fired up.
Down on 7. We already got 106 rolling here. So we're going to start rolling our top 10 matches to watch here.
Not wasting any time, rolling right into the little 106-pounders.
Now wrestling on mat number 8 at 285. Zach Conlon, Dubuque Hempstead. Ryan Perch, Dallas.
You want to look, you want to talk about some of these guys that, really want to talk about here, Nico DeSalvo coming out of Southeast Polk, freshman.
Stud.
Just an absolute stud, tough as they come. And then at the same time, too, you got Weston Porter coming out of Council Bluff Lewis Central. Another stud, came out of the AAU ranks, winning multiple state titles. You know, he's going to want to prove something here, too. So this is the start to Saturday night, man, especially in this round of 16. All right.
Over on mat 7, we got Dylan Munson. He's a junior, 37-3, out of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Off to an early start and a 4-1 lead over Iowa City West, Charles Barnhouse. On mat 5, we've got Jackson Boyd. He's a senior, 30-10, taking on Andy Crowder, just a sophomore from Carlisle. Jackson Boyd off to a 2-0 lead.
Down on 706 pounds
over Crowder.
Dylan Munson out of Prairie up 5-1 over Barnhouse. Sorry about that. I'm pretty sure you just talked about that.
No, you're good.
Zach down on 8. You got Zach Conlon out of Dubuque Hempstead and Zach Puritz out of Dallas Center Grimes. Conlon, I believe, was a 2-time state qualifier for the Mustangs.
Jackson Boyd, the Indianola senior, mat 5, putting on a tough ride on the edge of the mat against Andy Crowder, the sophomore out of Carlisle. Trying to pull him in bounce, Nothing doing for either guy there. Not a ton of action on the edge of the mat. You'd almost like to see a restart in this situation.
Got got a headgear down here on mat 7.
Little headgear issue.
Gotta make sure those are on tight. Gotta make sure headgears are on tight.
Oh, yeah.
It always seems like the little guys always have problems with their headgears, too. It's never like a 50-pounder.
Headgear does not discriminate against the weight.
Did you have some errors with yours back in the day?
Nah. You're rubbing heads enough, you're always having headgear issues, right?
On mat 8 here, Zach Conlon up 1-0 on Dallas Center Grimes here to start the second period. Got out real quick. Doing a good job with the 2-on-1 here. Munson down here on 7, looking for another takedown here, possibly some near side. Got a near side cradle locked up. Fall here on mat 5. Indianola's big heavyweight.
Jackson Boyd.
That's a big old boy.
Jackson Boyd, the senior, gets a fall over Andy Crowder of Carlisle.
Getting those bonus points for Indianola.
And that's usually the key to victory, right? Is the match points, the advancement points, but then if you can score bonus points for your team, those add up quick. Here we go. Mat 5. Dallas Center versus Dowling.
Dallas Center Grimes now wrestling mat number 5 at 106.
These two are getting after it right away. They're not wasting any time.
Nope, in on the legs, looking to go to the corner here.
He's going to cut off to a double, and he's going to get 2 takedown for the green wrestler, Jack Woolacate, the freshman. He's 22-1, Worm. He's wrestling Avery Van Zelderen, the freshman as well from Dallas Center. 2 freshmen going at it. On mat 1, Noah Parsons, the senior out of Pella versus Robert Stoffel, Cedar Rapids, Washington. Parsons leading 4-3 on mat 1. Vinny Keller on mat 2 from Clear Creek, wrestling Corey Arnett from Fort Madison. Arnett of Fort Madison
big
with
old
the
fall
2-0
looking
lead.
like setting up here on mat 4. Bettendorf heavyweight.
Reverse the half.
Aiden Lee, reverse half, looking to clear it.
Now his shoulders are out of bounds there. They're going to stop it and get a new start.
Coach Knight's not too happy right now because, you know, he's wondering why they called that so close out of bounds when some pins are getting called clearly out.
Yeah, that's a tough deal there.
Coach Knight telling Lee to just calm down. You know, he was about to talk to the ref, and one rule of wrestling, man. If you're wrestling, you don't talk to the ref. You just let your coaches do the talking there. Down on 7, we got 10-2 right now for Munson out of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Down here on 8, Conlon looking for the fall here.
That's tight.
That is a big old half. Big fall here for Zach Conlon.
He's going to get the fall. The Dubuque Hempstead senior.
Hempstead going 5-0 here in this first round matchups. And they still got a couple guys that are sitting in the seeds right now, so they're rolling right now.
Good start to the tournament.
Hempstead sitting in second place right now, point behind Indianola.
Head coach of Bondurant Bernard.
Proud Dubuque resident here next to me.
Hey, man.
After seeing that, you got to love it.
Just like in 2A this morning, North Polk was sitting in first place after the first round.
You got to love it.
Gotta love it. Here we go. And then here on match 7, this is the match we were talking about. One of our matches to watch here today. Carew Christensen, Waukee freshman, 32-11 versus Elijah Hyatt, sophomore, 27-7. Hyatt coming off of a really nice district where he avenged 2 losses on the year to West Dubuque's Kellen McKenna. And now Carew Christensen beat him at state duels. I think it was kind of a roll-through type pin, so be curious to see how this one pans out here.
Tune into Mat 7.
Here's the thing about Elijah Hyatt, too, is he's got a lot of freestyle and Greco background. He's not afraid to drop people on their dome if they need to. Christensen in on the shot, but great leg pass here by Hyatt. Hyatt coming out in waterfall position, looking to come out the back door.
Christensen, Waukee Northwest, Elijah Hyatt, Dubuque Hempstead. Christensen, Waukee Northwest.
Kind of in that ankle-to-ankle position, fighting for position. Usually the high head wins. Both guys scrapping hard here.
Carew keeps moving, still scoreless. Hyatt still in on the leg.
It's kind of got that reverse lock on the single leg underneath.
Down here on 3, Kellen McKenna out of West Dubuque taking on Connor Stickrod of Spencer.
And in between the two mats on mat 5, Jack Wallacate, the freshman, with a...
Whoa, big throw there by Kellen McKenna. Big old throw there, getting himself ahead 5-0.
And they're still counting, even though his shoulders are out of bounds.
That was just a big old hip toss there out of Kellen McKenna. Scored 2-0 here for Carew Christensen over Elijah Hyatt. Down here on 6, Nico DeSalvo. This is that freshman we were talking about.
The Southeast Polk Ram. Versus Kent Montgomery, the freshman from Newton.
Down on 4, we got Kobe Pfizer out of Bondurant taking on Ben Welsh of Ankeny. Walsh up 2-1 right now on the freshman out of Bondurant.
There's 2 schools that aren't too far away. They're probably going to be touching here in the next 10 years.
McKenna here got double bars, looking to sit through here. Needs to sit through.
Yeah, so after a big throw from Kellen McKenna, now he's working hard on top. He's got the double chicken wing, and he sat through, getting more swipes over Connor Stickrod of Spencer.
Real tough kid.
Dubuque's where it's at, man. A lot of tough wrestlers in that Northeast Iowa.
Big fall. You can hear the Bobcat crowd getting real loud there from Bobcat Nation. Turns out I just looked down here and I can see right where they're at. They got real fired up on that one. That's a big pin for them.
Team points, more team points.
For bringing 4 guys down, man, he wants to make sure that he's letting it known that he's not here to mess around. He's going to have a matchup with Dylan Munson here tomorrow. DeSalvo with the fall here after being up 9-2 in the first period.
Southeast Folk, Lucas Stearns, Marion. Brian of Southeast Folk, Stearns and Marion, wrestling with mat number 3 at 113.
DeSalvo looks like he weighs about 97 pounds.
Yeah, he looks a little small, but he's quick, isn't he?
Yep.
And he knows how to wrestle. That Southeast Polk bleached orange hair. Down on mat 1, we got Wignall, Isaac Wignall from Ankeny. He's got a 2-1 lead on Ashton Grace of Atumwa. He's back in on his second shot of the match. He puts him to his back. Wignall, takedown to his back. Now they're rolling around a little bit. He did get 2 back points on that. So a 4-point exchange for Wignall. And they call it potentially dangerous. Check that. End of the period. Wignall scoring 4 late at the end of the first period. He leads 6-1 going into the second.
2-1 here, down on 7 still. Second going in the second, or still with about 20 seconds left in the second period. Carew Christian in on a reshot there.
Good reshot.
Oh, as he's going for the leg pass, slips in a half, but he follows through on that leg pass. Looks like he wants to go through that waterfall position.
He's good at that. Passing the leg just at the right time, just when you think he's going to give up 2 in back points. Position that you can tell he's worked on in the practice room.
That's a Hempstead go-to in their front line. That's their first line defense is the leg pass. You're going to see a lot of it throughout the day. But at the same time, though,
you got to hide your legs, right?
Yeah,
on those shots.
Christian's starting to do a really good job following through on that and kind of, holding them there.
And on mat 6 right here in front of us, Soren Kelson from Pleasant Valley versus Matt Crossan of Indianola. Indianola with the early 2-0 lead.
Crossan, a tough sophomore, Fargo champ. He's pretty legit kid. Finally starting to come into the weight. I know he was really undersized coming in as a freshman last year, so he's growing pretty well. Right now, Pins here on mat 8 from Hempstead, up 3-2 on DeBow out of Linmar. But DeBow doing a really good job circling the corner. Pins still has control.
And Matt Crossan of Indianola, he's getting back points on mat 6.
Looking for possible fall here, but
he had that claw and the lift and return with the claw and put him right to his back. He gets the back points, and he's going straight to a near wrist arm bar across the back, and then decides he's going to cut him.
Carew Christensen up 5-1 on Elijah Hyatt right now out of Hempstead. Down here on 3, Matt Prine out of Southeast Polk up 4-0 over Lucas Stearns out of Marion.
Down on mat 2, Truman Forker is a junior from Ankeny, the Ankeny Hawks. Going against Sam Davidson of Fort Dodge, 0-0 early in the first period. Teammate Wignall, Isaac Wignall of Ankeny with the commanding lead 8-1 on mat 1 next door.
Mat 5, Cale Vandermark with the fall in the first period over Caleb Arayo of Urbandale. He moves on to tomorrow's round of 16. Elijah Hyatt, Carew Christensen takes the win 5-1 over Elijah Hyatt.
That was a good match.
Yeah, it was. A lot of good scrambles there, but I think, like I said, I think Christensen did a really good job of figuring out, hey, this is where he's going to sit through the leg pass here, so he's going to sit through and cause him to get into danger. Crossan looking for the fall here, still looking bars.
Down on 8, Mitchell Pins looking to pass the leg there. They're in a 4-2 bout. Linmar versus Hempstead, Dubuque. And now Penn's coming out the back door. DeBow has his ankle. They're in a scramble. High head usually wins here. And not a ton of action. They're going to get a stalemate.
Crossan looking for the fall here.
Stalemate with 48 seconds to go in the third period. Penns is winning 4-2.
40 seconds left.
Malik DeBow back in on a shot. Penns with another ankle pass, leg pass.
Back on match 7. Landon Gottschalk, freshman out of Dubuque Hempstead, coming in as a 7 seed, up 2-0.
Still nothing there on mat 8.
Looking for a big old fall, looking for a big old step over here.
Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 126, Evan Bratton, Dubuque Hempstead.
Another stalemate on mat 8.
DeBow, Hempstead or Penns and DeBow here. I mean, it's getting to be a banger here. Or 6 seconds left here.
We've talked about it several times today. What's that go-to takedown? That quick finish takedown, quick setup, quick finish. No rolls, no junk. Into the second period. DeBose is going to go down. The junior from Linmar, 29-2 versus Mitchell Penns, the junior, 18-2. Couple of talented wrestlers here meeting in the round of 16, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think Penn's taking I think Hempstead kind of has had Mitchell on a pitch count, if you will, this year with his knees. So they're definitely making sure. He sat out a couple matches, but he had a couple bad common opponents down at state duels that kind of messed up the seeds there for him. Tell you what, I mean, it's Hempstead Nation right here because it looks like Bertine's up on 2, Penns is on 8. We got Gottschalk on 7, and I think I just saw Mitchell Murphy warming up here too. So all of a sudden we're gonna be
Dubuque Hempstead everywhere.
Yeah. Bertine, returning state placer. Down here on 6, we got Drew Anderson out of Lewis Central and Jamison Vandervidal out of Abe Lincoln.
And over on mat 1, we've got Drew Ayala of Fort Dodge, the senior, versus Waukees Nick McAllister. Ayala with a quick 2-1 takedown.
Looks like they went full Nelson on, or illegal hold on DeBow, giving up the 1. So now scores 5-2 over here on mat 8.
Caution on Penns. Over on mat 5, we've got a tight one, 4-4, still early in the match. That's Alex Horniak, Waverly Shellrock versus AJ Broderick, Boone, Iowa.
Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 120.
Out of Boone, Iowa.
Good old Boone, Iowa.
Home of the Tornadoes?
Tornadors?
Tornadors, that's it.
The wild tortoises. Tornadors, if I'm saying that correctly.
Down on mat 3, we got Jake Knight out of Bettendorf, turning state champ, taking on Evan Simpson out of Cedar Falls. I mean, Knight's obviously, he's as tough as they come too. Big takedown there. I mean, that race at 120, that semifinal, if everything pans out right, is going to be a banger.
You got Southeast Polk, Bettendorf, and Fort Dodge, all top-notch. Some of the best kids in the state in all classes.
I believe all 3 have beaten each other too at some point.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out throughout the weekend.
Bratton has a nice inside cradle here, looking to turn. You might as well just keep boring him over.
And down on 8, DeBow gonna get a reversal. Doesn't look like it's gonna be enough though. Mitchell Penn still winning 5-4.
Walks away with a victory over DeBow.
That was a good match.
Looks like we got a bucket here. Looks like we got some blood time here on 7. Coming up on 8, we got Pleasant Valley's Seibel. And we got Hilton out of Indianola.
Ayala down there on mat 1. 4th takedown in the first period here.
He's starting to really come together, I think. Wow.
Good shot for Ayala. Low single, cutting off to a double, hooking the bottom leg, finishing on the edge.
Scoring rate 8-5, but it's all off escapes off Ayala.
And there's a good example there. If it was a 3-point takedown in high school, the gap would be a whole heck of a lot wider after 4 takedowns than yeah, just
it'd be 12-6 here.
In a 3-point match.
Bertine up 4-0 for Hempstead. Jake Knight currently up 10-5. And what's wild is, especially in 3A, you're seeing a lot of these guys show up as practice. Like, these guys are practice partners in a lot of these different clubs. So the familiarity between these guys is just unmatched.
Yeah, not only have they wrestled each other 2, 3, 4, 5 times throughout the season, but
they're probably wrestling every week at practice.
Yeah, and that's really, if you're wanting to be the best or get the most out of your potential, then that's what you got to do, is seek the best competition, even if that means same weight class and same class or same size in the state. And eventually you'll see them at the state tournament. But when the lights are on and everybody's watching, who's going to get the W? That's really all that matters.
Looks like Gottschalk's pulling off up 5-2 right now here. 45 seconds left here in the third. Ayala up 14-8.
Yeah, and down on mat 5, we got a good one. AJ Broderick, the sophomore, versus the junior Alex Horniak, Waverly Shellrock. That's as competitive as a match as we're watching right now. But Broderick from Boone has got a near side cradle, taking his time, trying to expose the back of Horniak, earn some near fall points. He's going to get it, it looks like. He's real close on mat 5. Just needs to adjust a little bit. And over on mat 2, Dubuque Hempstead, Evan Broughton, the junior's got a 6-0 lead over Ethan Sodengren of Ankeny Centennial, the freshman.
In on another shot.
And Hempstead's in on another shot. Sodengren looking to sit the corner.
Looking to carry through.
Good flexibility out of the freshman from Ankeny Centennial.
Now wrestling on mat number 7 at 120, Matthew Tran, Iowa City West. Cody Vandermark, Ankeny Centennial. Tran of Iowa City West. Vandermark for Ankeny Centennial now wrestling on mat number 7 at 120.
Short time left here in the third. On mat 2. Ayala up 18-10. Drew Ayala pulling off the 18-12 win.
Pretty dominant match. The scoreboard doesn't necessarily show that, but McAllister from Waukee didn't really have any answers when it came to Ayala's offense.
Over on 3, Jake Knight up 20-9.
Similar deal there. The score, he's up by 11 points, but Evan Simpson of Cedar Falls hasn't had any answers for the offense of Jake Knight.
Christensen, Waukee Northwest, McCray, Bondurant Farrar, now wrestling on mat number 1 at 126. Wrestling on mat number 5 at 126.
Knight still looking to push the pace.
Timothy Kester, Bettendorf. Cleveland, Sioux City East, Kester, Bettendorf, now wrestling on mat number 5 at 126. Wrestling on mat number 2.
Kester coming up here for Bettendorf, top seed.
Mitchell Murphy, Dubuque Hempstead. Woodruff for Fort Dodge.
And down on mat 1, we've got Colfax Christensen, the senior out of Waukee Northwest. He's 30-1. He'll be taking on Matthew McCray of Bondurant Farrar, another senior, 27-7.
Going look, he's on a quest for his 3rd state title.
Colfax.
Yep.
Little crosstown rivalry here, Bondurant and Waukee.
Colfax heading to the University of Oklahoma next year. Boomer Sooner.
Boomer Sooner. That's a program that's on the up and up in the D1 ranks, I'd say.
Over here on mat 2, Gail Buttrick of Fort Dodge taking on Mitchell Murphy of Dubuque Hempstead. Murphy returning state placer for the Mustangs.
Now wrestling on mat number 5 at 132. Ryan Ryder.
Down on mat 7 here, Matthew Tran, the freshman from Iowa City.
Now up on mat number 5 at 132. Wrestling on mat number 6.
He's taking on Colby Vandermark, the senior from Ankeny Centennial. Vandermark leading 2-1 early in the second period.
Thompson of Johnston now wrestling on mat 6 at 126.
Vandermark with a quick go behind and takedown, and he's going to cut him away right away. And work on snapping down and going behind again, but we're in a bit of a scramble. No 2 is awarded yet. They're actually going to give the 2 to Matthew Tran in what looked like more of a Merkel situation. Vandermark hustling back to the center. Tran taking his time. And it's 7-6. Vandermark of Ankeny Centennial after an escape. Heavy hands from Vandermark. He's looking to get to the corner. Whip over attempt. Now he goes near side thigh, trying to hook that far ankle. They're neutral still. And we go out of bounds.
Graf of Wrigley Shell Rock now wrestling on mat 3 at 126.
And again, Vandermark hustling back to the center. Down on mat 4, Cale Nash, Clear Creek Amana against Reed Foster of Bondurant. Junior versus senior. Clear Creek's going to get the fall. Cale Nash, the junior, with a win by fall over Reed Foster of Bondurant. Down here on mat 6, Maximus Riggins. How would you like to have that name, Maximus? He's going to get the pin over Chandrell Thompson of Johnston.
Solid kid. He's been tough as they come. Came down from Bondurant last year. I believe he plays top 5. Or no, he lost in the blood. No, take that back. He lost in the semis last year.
Bleach blonde hair.
Yep.
Getting it done for Southeast Polk here in the round of 16.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 132. Chase Luna, Bettendorf, Nick Esser, Donald Sutter Grimes. Luna, Bettendorf.
Down here on mat 2, looks like Budrick is doing just a hammer job.
Now wrestling on mat number 6
on top.
at 132.
And over on mat 5, Ryan Ryder of Carlisle. After one period, he leads 2-0.
A minute left here in the second. Murphy's still just getting ridden out. Buttrick doing a really good job, has the legs in. Looks like trying to scoop an arm here, breaking down and flat.
John
taking out one of the tables of one of the tables. Sorry, one of the legs of the table.
Northwest. Shorts of Lewis Central now wrestling on mat number 1 at 132.
Down to mat 7. Vandermark extending his lead 10-6 over Matt Tran of Iowa City West.
25 seconds left here. Mat 2 for Murphy. It's like, what else we got going on here? Down here on 6.
On mat number 8 at 126.
Isaac Lomas,
Noah Phillips
Waterloo
of
East
Buffalo
versus
Jefferson
Tyler
State
Lee
Fish.
of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Lomas came into the bracket.
TJ Fish of Linmar.
Lee being, I believe, the 7th seed here.
26.
And right in front of us on mat 4, Jace Luna of Bettendorf. He's a senior. He's taking on Nick Esther, the junior from Dallas Center Grimes, wasting no time. Already got 2 takedowns 30 seconds into the first period.
Big step over there for trying to be big step over there for Luna. I tell you what, man, this Bettendorf team is just solid as they come. It looks like.
Well coached.
It's like Murphy's choosing the optional start here, giving up 1.
And then right on the edge there, Luna's going to get another right side high crouch takedown.
So Murphy here needs to get some work done. He really fakes low on his doubles and then comes right up to an upper body tie, up into like an upper body lock, and it's like, man, like you can blast through some people here. And I don't understand why you sit so low to come all the way back up.
Yeah, Murphy digging that right side underhook hard.
He needs to pass that by.
Buttrick trying to whizzer down, elbow down on his left. Now they're fighting wrist control. Another blast double for Murphy, nothing doing.
But also, if I'm Buckers, I do not want, or Buttrick, I do not, there's a stall call there on Fort Dodge. I do not want to be in this position right now with Murphy because Murphy can drop on a dime if he has to. Squaring up here,
right there.
Squares up here on a high crotch. Bucker cuts the corner, looking to roll through.
Really good job out of Buttrick sitting in the corner there. No points awarded yet.
But good job, Murphy squaring up. 55 seconds.
Now he goes kind of Peterson move here. He's
down
looking
on his
to
hip.
Sit.
They're gonna call. I thought the ref was talking about stalemate there possibly, but there's the 2 for Buckerick.
Wow, good action.
With 30 seconds left.
He leads 3-0, 30 seconds left in the second period. In the second period, Kane Buttrick, the senior out of Fort Dodge, with a 3-0 lead over Mitchell Murphy from Dubuque Hempstead. Murphy to his feet, nothing doing there. He's got 25 seconds to score and get a takedown. He's down 3. Needs the knee slide, get his hips under him.
14 seconds left here.
And Buttrick's got him flat.
Man, Luna just hit a beautiful knee pull. It was like literally like circling as he's pulling a knee pull. It just was pretty.
And right back to neutral. He wants more. That's Luna out of Bettendorf. Jace Luna, he's got a 9-4 lead over Esser of Dallas Center Grimes. Looking to put a takedown clinic together. And Esther with the lat drop attempt on the edge. Nothing doing. Luna's going to score another takedown. That'll make it 11-4.
All right, coming up here still. Hawkeye Nation, go Iowa. Thank you for this broadcast. No, thank you for listening. We appreciate that. Matt McGuire, thank you so much for being being the ears of mine out in Cascade, Iowa. I appreciate you too. Jace Luna up here from Bettendorf, up 15-5.
Looking to pour it on.
Looking for back points here. Close out the second. Gets himself a set of 3 there.
And over on mat 3, Cale Seaton working hard for the fall. He's up 10-4. Looking for more. Not satisfied
Over
with the 10-4
here
lead.
on 6. Going into the third period, still scoreless. Tyler Lee and Isaac Lomas. Lee out of Prairie, Lomas out of Waterloo East.
And
Lee
down there
choosing
on
bottom. Lomas doing a really good job on a spiral ride here.
Down on mat 5, Cale Kurtz, the senior from Iowa City, versus another
Luna
senior.
up 15 or 19-5. Another takedown here probably steals it.
Zeb Fitzgerald out of Dowling. Fitzgerald's going to surrender the takedown here early in the first period to Iowa City High's Cale Kurtz. Got 2 seniors going at it here. Fitzgerald looking for the escape on the edge. Mat returned by Kurtz.
Solid, tough ride here still from Lomas out of Waterloo East. Just doing a really good job with a spiral ride. Still trying to run a, looks like he's starting to run a bar.
And over on mat 7, we got a tied match. Perez and Justice Jessaroga. That's Ankeny versus Southeast Polk. Junior versus sophomore.
Now wrestling on mat number 4 at 138. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 144. Kane Noctiborn, Linmar. Adam Cook, Xavier, Cedar Rapids. Noctiborn and Linmar. Cook of Xavier, Cedar Rapids. Now wrestling on mat number 3.
Coming up here on mat 3, we got Kane Nackaborgan versus Adam Cook. Out of Xavier. That's crazy to see, next door neighbors wrestling first round. Nackaborgan, though, right away with a big old cradle. Meanwhile, down on mat 2, Connor Pfizer down 1-0 to Ryan Young. Into the second.
And Nat Naborgan looking to get a pin with the near side cradle, and he does it. The senior from Linmar. Little slow to get up, but looks like he's perfectly fine. Maybe just taking it all in here his last run as a senior.
Looks like something's wrong with his hand. Looks like he might have did something to his hand. I'm not sure.
And down on 4, Carter Freeman, Waukee Northwest.
29 second pin there. Carter Freeman looking for his 4th state title.
Wow. Over on 5, we're still knotted 2-0. Kurtz over Fitzgerald. 20 seconds into the second period.
Lucas of Carlisle, Kelsall, Pleasant Valley now wrestling on mat number 3 at 144.
All right, 132 pounds. One of our matches to watch. Number 5 ranked John King out of Waukee Northwest versus Carter Schatz out of Lewis Central, 35-8. These two met at the Council Bluff Classic. King won that match 3-2. This is a 7-10 matchup in the seeding. Winner gives themselves a better chance to place. The loser likely gets the 6th seed in the blood round. So this is a must-win here down on mat 1.
And over on 2, we've got Connor Pfizer, the singer from Bondurant Farrar, versus Ryan Young, the junior from Indianola. Young leading that one early, 1-0. Pfizer with an escape. That's going to tie it up 1-1.
All right, 1-1 here. Pfizer going over-unders. big old ankle pick there. That was nice. Goes right out of over-unders and drops down to it.
Down on mat 7, we got upper body stuff. Oh, right on the edge. They're going to award 2 to Perez of Ankeny. He's going to score a takedown on the edge over Justice Jessaroga of Southeast Polk.
That's a big old takedown there. It looks like Jessaroga's taking a little second to get up. Looks like that knee's... and now they're calling stalling on Jessaroga. Coach Agnish not too happy right now about that, but it looks like Jessaroga's taped up pretty sound on that knee.
And now he's going to take injury time. So is that a deal there where they can take the stalling away since he ends up injured?
I'm not sure. That's a good question to ask. I mean, I feel like Coach Agnish is doing a great job of probably correcting the ref there for his last judgment. Pfizer up 3-2 here still.
And over on mat 5, right next to the drama-filled Ankeny Southeast Polk match, we got a 3-1. Check that, 5-1 Kurtz over Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald's got to find a way to take him down to his back, or he needs 3 takedowns here in the last minute and a half of this match.
Man, Ryan Young just keeps on coming towards Pfizer. A lot of good motion there going back and forth. And down on 6, sophomore 5 seed Joe Hirsch, sophomore out of West Dubuque. He's had a year so far. What's his record right now?
32-4 for the sophomore.
Yeah, has not had too many bad losses, and the guys that he has lost to are, top-ranked dogs. So he's had it going here. Pfizer with a takedown here, close out, riding the bars. Just Jessaroga trying to look back here. He's down 6-4 here.
He's got to go.
22 seconds left. He had a big old win at the state duels. Meanwhile, overtime, one of those matches we were just talking about, one of the matches to watch, it's living up to the hype. 3-3 here. Going into the second overtime.
John King and Carter Scotch, Lewis Central and Waukee Northwest. And then down on 7, the other drama-filled match of this round, Perez.
He's wrestling so nice.
Solidifying the win over Justice Jessaroga of Southeast Polk, 6-4.
Coach Agnish obviously is a little upset with one of the officials. He's making sure his point's getting set across.
And down on 1, they're rolling around.
Still doing a really good. King's doing a really good job on top.
Wow, they go out of bounds. No score. And sometimes that can be the difference, right? When you're in a tight match and it's a controversial whether you score or don't score, maybe it doesn't go your way. How are you going to respond? A lot of times guys lose focus and then they end up getting taken down and losing the match. How are you going to come back after maybe a controversial no call? Again, they go out of bounds and restart on mat 1. John King and Carter Scrosh. 3-3 in the second overtime.
Hirsch up 2-0 right now. We're going into the second period. Looks like Waukee is questioning a call here. Refs are talking.
That's 3 times they've went out of bounds just in this 30-second overtime.
I tell you what, man. Especially in this overtime, both guys, it's like, hey, I can bail out. Oh,
kick
King.
Free, got to keep kicking, got to kick. Got to kick,
King
and he gets it. So with the escape, John King now leads 4-3. And he's going to
That-
win them.
Yep,
He's going to win the match 4-3
that was a good match, man.
on a last-second escape. So he'll move on to the round of 16. That's just a good example. If you keep wrestling to the final second, good things are going to happen.
Hirsch being a hammer on top here for the Bobcats.
Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 138, Campbell Janice, Iowa City West, Cody Trevino, Bendorf. Janice,
Down here
Iowa
on
City West,
4,
Trevino,
got
Bendorf.
Alex Bumba and Tyler Salverson out of Boone. Bumba up 4-3 going into the third period.
At 144, Maximus DeVolt.
And down on 7, Jabari Hinson out of Ames. The juniors 43-5, taking on Nolan Howell of Clear Creek, Amana. Also a junior at 40-14. 50 or 60 matches in a season, Worm. That's a lot of wrestling. Some of these kids.
That's a grind, dude. I mean, and then on the contrary, you got guys that are wrestling like 10, 15 matches. Probably because the year prior or during the off season, they're putting in about 30 matches in the off season. They're a little dinged up there too. I don't know if there is a happy medium though.
Yeah, I think it depends on the kid. It depends on the program and the coach and where are you going to peak, right? Is it 20 matches? Is it 30 matches? I was more the guy that I like to get my matches in. I like 30 to 40 to 50 matches, and then you know where you're at come state tournament or national tournament time. Some kids don't operate that way, though.
Down here on 7, Jabari Hinson, returning state finalist, up 5-0. Going into the second period, he chooses bottom.
Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 150, T.R. Putz, Pella, Lucas Brule, Ankeny Centennial. Putz, Pella, Brule, Ankeny Centennial. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 150.
So Hinson up 5-0.
Hirschen on another takedown there.
Started on bottom. Currently working on coming out the back door is Jabari Hinson. He's going to get the reversal. He's got a low leg Turk that he's looking to turn into back points here midway through the second period.
On mat 8 at 150, Levi Johnson, Spencer, Caden Leonard, Johnston. Johnson, Spencer, Leonard, Johnston, mat 8 at 150. On mat 2 at 144, Jake Mitchell, Iowa City High, Jakari Clark, Valley West Des Moines.
Salverson out of Boone tried going with a roll through, and Bumba ended up sitting through it. Now he's catching a cradle.
Mat 2 at 144.
Hirsch looking for a fall here for the Bobcats on mat 6.
Joe Hurst, the sophomore out of Western Dubuque, and he's going to get the pin
That's pin number 2 there for the Bobcats.
over Wyatt Haying of Spencer. And Jabari Hinson with the pin over on mat 7 too, so he moves on to the round of 16, the returning state finalist out of Ames, Iowa.
He's a tough kid.
I think his dad's a legend too.
Yep.
Dwight Hinson, legend Iowa State wrestler.
Down on mat 2, Jakari Clark,
Cedar Rapids Prairie, Southeast
one of the top seeded guys here in the tournament, going right out right away. A big explosion into a takedown.
At 144, Duncan Harn.
That's Clark with the 2-0 lead over Jake Mitchell of Iowa City High.
Harn, Bettendorf, Lewis, Indianola, mat 7 at 144. On mat 1 at 144, Parker Casey, Johnston.
Good fakes from Clark.
Ankeny.
Good shot
Casey,
fakes.
Johnston, Hanson, Ankeny. On mat 1.
And then good return fakes from Jake Mitchell.
At 150.
Both these guys providing good action, good entertainment for the fans. That's on mat 2.
Down on 6, we got Logan Chineri out of Southeast Polk and Casey Kelly out of Prairie.
Good
Kelly
shot.
on the shot.
Good shot for Kelly. Shin whizzer there.
Oh, he's going big. Ooh, that was slick. Right into a big old shin whizzer there. At one point, I thought Kelly was going to be able to sit through that.
Logan Tierney out of Southeast Polk with the shin whizzer tilt.
We're not flexible enough to do that stuff, boy.
I'm not.
Tried it once at practice, and I felt my knee about ready to go out. I was like, all right, nope, we're good. We're good.
I'll just sprawl. I better just sprawl there.
Zane Barron's up 6-0 over Dane Rue out of Urbandale here in the third period.
Over on mat 3, Lucas Brule, Ankeny Centennial Senior. He's putting his 18-1 record on the line against TR Putz. Off to a good start, though. 11-0 the lead going into the midway through the second period.
All right. At 100, we want to take time to talk about our sponsors. Quint City Restoration, solid sponsor here of the podcast, or of the play-by-play. They've been doing an awesome job. Big sponsors of the IA Wrestle State Tournament, AAU State, and St. Ambrose University. We appreciate everything they do for the sport of wrestling here. So make sure you support them in the same way. Make sure you get yourself some. Follow them on social media. Call them if you need any restoration or landscape or concrete done. I apologize there. All right, on mat 3, we got Tech Fall. Lucas Brawl out of Ankeny Centennial.
On mat 3 at 150, Justin Avila, Iowa City West, Jack Stevens, Clear Creek, Amana.
Wow.
Avila, Iowa City West, Stevens, Clear Creek,
So here Kelly was going for a Peterson go, or he was going for a go behind, and then all of a sudden Chineri catches a Peterson midair as he's hitting the go behind, gets the takedown there. Chineri up 6-1 on the Prairie Hawk.
At 5 at 150, Bass Diaz, Waverly Shell Rock.
Big shout out to Tyler Horner listening in. Appreciate you, big boy. Thanks for tuning in.
On mat 5 at 150.
Over on mat 1, we got a freshman versus a senior. Parker Casey of Johnston with a 9-3 record. The freshman down early, 0-3 against Ben Hansen, the senior, 28-3 out of Ankeny. The Hawk is putting it on the Dragon early here. And in on another shot, looking Barsgaard, going to finish.
5-0 here.
Put him up 5-0. That's Ben Hansen of Ankeny.
Here on mat 3, we got Justin Avila from Iowa City West taking on Jack Stevens of Clear Creek. Avila, comes from a family of tough wrestlers. He's been around. He's been around as a senior, I believe, this year. Or he's a junior, 33-3.
Listed as a junior. Some of the stuff's been a little off. We'll take the junior for what it is. Down on mat 5, Bass Diaz, the junior, 25-2 out of Waverly Shell Rock. Locked at 0 against Cole Martin, also a junior, touting a 41-12 record from Ames. Those two are neck and neck halfway through the first period.
Tierney doing a really good job on top here. Avila with the fall in the first period.
So that didn't take long. Not one offensive point was scored, and they get into a little scramble, and Avila ends up on top and getting the pin. Down on mat 7, Duncan Ham, the junior, versus Elijah Blewett, Indianola freshman. The freshman,
3 at 157.
2-1.
Dawson Fish, Dubuque Hempstead, Jack Lewis.
And it looks like he's going to get another takedown, so that'll be 4-1 on mat 7 for the freshman, taking a lead over the junior from Bettendorf.
157.
So now we got Dawson Fish and Jack Lewis. Lewis out of Bondurant, 21-6.
And then down on 8, Caden Leonard from Johnston, the junior, 18-1. He's got a 10-3 lead over Levi Johnson of Spencer.
Fish. Fish here, sorry. Lewis in on a takedown, looking for back points already with a cradle over Fish, walking the head, scooping here. Down here on 6. Ooh, got an eye poke. Looks like here on 6. You can tell that one hurt right away.
Up on mat 8 at 150.
Down here on 2, Jakari Clark up 7-2 on Jake Mitchell. Minute 20 left here.
Rule, Anthony Centennial on mat 8 at 157.
I'm on the state.
All right. So going at the end of the third period here, one of the matchups that we had, Grant Bonneker out of Linn-Mar takes a 5-0 loss to Balin Griffiths out of Ottumwa.
At 157, Jackson Miller, Carlisle, Kate
So now we're
Johnson,
starting to hit 157.
Miller, Carlisle, Johnson
Down here on 4,
on mat 1 at 157.
or down here on 3,
On mat 4 at
we got Jack Lewis up 2-0 over Dawson Fish out of Hempstead. Hempstead right now with the lead currently in the team race with 31 points. So any help out of Dawson Fish would be huge right now. There's an escape here for Fish. Big old pick there by Jack Lewis. Catches a bar. Catches a bar on that brace side shoulder.
On mat 6 at 150, Hayden Orcharding Johnson, Norwalk, Nolan Fellers, Bondurant Farrar. Orcharding Johnson, Norwalk, Fellers, Bondurant Farrar. On mat 6 at 150.
Up 4-1. Lewis up 4-1 here on mat 3. Down here on 8. Still scoreless here after the first period. Tegan Pfeiffer and Isaac Broll.
At 165, Colin Falk, Cedar Rapids.
Down here on mat 1, we got Colin Falk out of Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Hale Rhodes out of Mason City.
On mat 1 at 165.
Fish doing a really good back on mat 3. Fish just did a really good job pulling his opponent back in. Really good job on top. Right.
Dominic Tigger,
Lewis did a really good job of hitting just a real hard arm throw there to try to catch him up back, but they followed through.
On mat 7 at 157.
Reversal there by Lewis. Jakari Clark here on mat 2, taking an 11-3 lead right now with about 20 seconds left here in the third over Jake Mitchell. Then down here on 1, looks like Rhodes doing a really good job with the double unders here, trying to almost walk out of bounds, but Falk does a really good job of dropping down, catching up with an overhook. Big old headlock here on 8. Real tight. With the fall. It was scoreless. Caught the head here. Got the fall. Your winner on mat 8. Isaac Brohl out of Ankeny Centennial. Tell you what, that kid's got he's pretty well put together, so I feel like that headlock had to be super tight. Jack Lewis taking the win with a fall over Dawson Fish.
Up on mat 8.
Over on 6, we got another fall coming out of Bondurant, looks like.
Indianola. Savion Anderson.
It's like
Marshalltown.
Nolan Fellers, their big pin there for the sophomore.
Marshalltown. On mat 8 at 157.
Back-to-back pins for the Blue Jays.
On mat 2 at 157. Grant Press, Lindbar, Daniel Sio, Des Moines East.
Ankeny Centennial now pulling ahead here with 40.5 points. Southeast Polk's got 38 points in second place.
Gabe Carver, Urbandale.
Let's take a look here at the 3 and 4 spots here.
Carver, Urbandale, Sierras, Lindbar on mat 3 at 165. On mat
Bettendorf
5
in third place, Ankeny in fourth.
Nolan Riddle, Fort Madison.
Kind of curious after those back-to-back pins out of Bondurant where that puts them.
Riddle, Fort Madison. Vlasic, Cedar Rapids Prairie.
Falk with,
On mat 5 at 157.
they wave off the takedown there.
On mat 6 at 165. Harry Elks.
Here on mat 6, we got Drew Birds out of West Dubuque, 8 seed.
Ankeny Centennial. Birds, Western Dubuque. On mat 6 at 160.
Taking on Ari Eddles out of Ankeny Centennial.
Bill Rose to the head table, please. Bill Rose to the head table.
Mat 5, we got Nolan Riddle out of Fort Madison taking on Wyatt Valsek out of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Valsek with a beautiful takedown there right away. Sitting here on 8, still scoreless here, about 30 seconds into that match.
Scoreless first period on mat 1 between Colin Falk and Hale Rhodes.
Falk's been sitting up in the top 4 or 5 all year.
Any relation to Charlie Falk,
I don't know.
the Iowa lightweight?
We're all Southeast Polk guys. They dyed their hair blonde. Kennedy decided they're dyeing their hair green. Maybe I was wrong this whole time. I was sitting there saying, don't change. In my podcast, I'm talking about, don't change anything in the League of State tournament. Don't color your hair. Don't grow out a mustache. Just kind of keep everything, the way it is. But
We got the same advice.
hey, man, everyone's deciding, Southeast Polk side, they're going to be the real Slim Shadys. And Kennedy's looking like, they want to be the Grinch who stole Christmas.
Or the Incredible Hulk, huh? Would you rather be a Grinch or a Hulk?
It's a good question.
Head coach from Bettendorf to the head table.
There's score
Head coach
3-1
from
for Falk
to the
out of
head
Kennedy.
table. Up on mat 7 at 165.
Right now, it's down on 6. Still scoreless here. 30 seconds left here
Johnston,
for the Bobcats.
Coke, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Helgeson, Johnston, Coke, Cedar Rapids Prairie.
Down on mat 7, Wrigley Koch out of Cedar Rapids Prairie and Jacob Helgerson. Helgerson top seed in this tournament. Ranked number 1, undefeated this year. He's tough. He's about as tough as they come too. Turning state finalist from the last year. Turning state champ, actually, too. I just remembered.
.30-1 record for Helgeson, the junior out of Johnston.
Is he a senior?
Maybe a senior.
Okay,
Could
junior.
be a senior.
I was just gonna say I was looking
Track
last night.
wrestling's not always right, I suppose.
Well, I was looking at stat lines. I was just wondering if he had committed anywhere yet, but I haven't seen anything yet. So I thought could be a senior that hasn't committed yet, but also probably still wide open. Bird's in on a shot. Alta's up 1-0.
And down here on mat 8, we got a good scramble between Pontier, Mignogna, and Anderson and Marshalltown. No score awarded yet. Marshalltown leading. Xavion Anderson leading 1-0 over Pontier, Mignogna. Mignogna looking to hook a leg on a single leg and pop his head out. No danger neutral here in high school. But there is defensive pins as he turns into him, and he's going to get a takedown. A.J. Pontier, the junior, and then a quick Granby roll, and Xavion Anderson's going to score. So 2-2 here, late in the second period on mat 8. Over to mat 5, Riddle of Fort Madison. He's getting back points on a near wrist turn over Vlasic of Cedar Rapids. So Riddle is extending his lead, the senior from Fort Madison. Another 3 near fall points. He leads 10-2. And then right next to them on 4, Bruxford of Pella, Ethan Bibler of Waverly Shellrock. 0-0 to start the match.
Over on 2 right now. We got Abe Bushong out of Southeast Polk up 2-1 over Sincere Clark. Hooks the bottom leg. Southeast Polk hooks bottom leg. Looks to score here. Go behind, there's a 2.
So 4-1 lead on mat 2 for Abe Bushong, the junior, over 35-1 senior Sincere Clark of Valley West Des Moines. You can assume those two have wrestled once or twice this year.
Absolutely. So going to the third period here from down on mat 6, it is Eltz from Ankeny Centennial up 3-0 over Drew Birds.
We're moving right along here in this round of 16, 3A 2024 Iowa High School State Wrestling Championships.
Just kind of looking through all the upcoming matches we got coming up here. We are rolling. We're almost at 175 pounds right now. We are trucking along right now.
We got a nail biter on mat 3. That's Gabe Carter, the senior from Urbandale, in a tied match against the freshman from Lynn Mar, Barrett Mieras versus Gabe Carter. That's mat 3.
Down on mat 1 here, we got Kyler Scranton out of Iowa City West and Nick Vandenarkel out of Valley West Des Moines. Scranton,
And Carver looks like he's going to get the takedown. Check that. Yeah, they awarded 2 to Jake Carver. And then a stalling on green, Gabe Carver. I think they gave the points to the wrong people there.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, maybe not.
Ellis just ran Birds over with a half, got 2 near fall there. Then down on 1, we got Nick Van Arkel in on the legs on Kyler Scranton.
And on mat 3, it looks like the senior is going to pick up the 7-5 decision over the freshman. Gabe Carver of Urbandale is going to move on. Living to fight another day.
Down here on 4, Ethan Bibler out of Waverly Shellrock up 2-1 over Logan Bucksford.
On mat 3 at 165, Wesley Anderson, Joaquin, Wyatt Haas, Davenport West.
Mat 1, we got the Valley Tiger, Nick Van Arkel, the senior. He'll go against Kyler Scranton of Iowa City West, also a senior. Early in that first period, we're still scoreless. Those two did have a good scramble that ended out of bounds. No points awarded.
Looks like a big old fall coming out. Looks like time ran out, but look like down on mat 5, Ryle out of Bondurant had a nice bar series running there.
Down on 7, Asa Hempstead of Carlisle picking up a victory over Gavin Benton of Iowa City Liberty. At 175 pounds.
At 190, Cal Hartman, Fort Dodge, Dave Parker, Joaquin Northwest.
We've got a good match here on mat 2. Bashong of Southeast Polk leading Sincere Clark 4-2. 20 seconds to go in the second period. Clark's in on a takedown. He's going to try and dump after a left side high crotch. Limp arm out and get a 2 takedown right at the end of the period. Tie it up 4-4.
That was big.
That was huge. We talked about it all day. You got to score at the end of the period. You got to be the last man to score. And he didn't leave Southeast Polk's Abe Bashong any time to escape or reverse him after that takedown.
At 175, Greg Blackerby, Johnston, Ronan Thomas, Cedar Rapids, Xavier. Blackerby, Johnston.
Down here on 2, all tied up here, a minute 50 left here over Bashong and Clark.
It's shaping up to be a good one. Clark's going to cut him here. Give the 1-point lead to Bashong. Takedown's going to win it.
Up on mat 3 at 175, Brent Campbell, Joaquin, Demarion Loss, Fort Dodge. Campbell,
Clark, or Bashong is sitting there, you know, he's hitting figs.
On mat
It looks like Clark's kind of waiting for him to take that shot, and then, you know, he'll probably bounce back with the re-attack. That's kind of what has been his MO here this entire match.
Both guys kind of hand fighting a little bit. A half shot from Bashong.
Bashong is up now 5-4. Down here on 5, Ryle's up 7-0 over Streeter from Carlisle.
Jordan Ryle, the junior from Bondurant.
Down on 8, we got Lincoln Jip out of Bettendorf up 7-1 over Tyler Stanford. And he's got a cradle locked in, and there's the fall for Lincoln Jip out of Bettendorf.
Uh-oh. And down here on 2, it looks like Bashong going to take injury time. I don't know if he's cramping or if he rolled his ankle a little bit.
I think it's a cramp there.
Looks like they're trying to stretch him out. Could have a cramp of the calf or the hamstring. Need to eat more bananas.
Got to get that hydrated, maybe a couple extra Gatorades.
Couple Gatorades, a little electrolyte, a little potassium.
Speaking of, it's time for a little electrolyte break here for me.
Armin Williams, Bettendorf.
Hydration's key here, state tournament.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bettendorf on mat 8.
And out of all 8 matches going on right now, all of them are fairly close except for mat 5. Ryle of Bondurant with a 9-0 lead over Streeter. Everything else is 1 or 2 point matches here. Down on mat 7, we're locked at 0 going into the second period. Mat 6, Blackerby from Johnston and Thomas from Xavier Cedar Rapids. 2-0 score there. Van Arkel and Scranton, West Des Moines and Iowa City West, 1-0 on mat 1. We're back in action here on mat 2 after a quick stretch. Sincere Clark wasting no time after the break. He's down 1 point.
Down on 4, we got Dave Dyson out of West Dubuque taking on Baby Max Magania out of out of Waterloo East. Max is going for his 4th state title. He's, I think he's taken 1 or 2 losses his entire career. He's as solid as they come.
Here we go, Mat 2. One quick final burst, and they're going to call stalling on Bashang. I don't know if it's too little, too late. Looks like there's 4 seconds left as they go back to center here. One hard charge.
Time runs out. A solid win there for Bashang. We got a headgear chuck there on Mat 2 as well. Oh, you want to take his single straps down? Coach Whelan caught that one.
Can't do that either.
Frowned upon.
Tough loss. Got to come back.
Baby Max wasted no time. Got a half in, sitting across, looking for a first period fall here.
Adjusting well, chest to chest, and he gets the fall.
Andy Frankie, Muscatine, Jackson Winky, Ames. Frankie, Muscatine, Winky, Ames on mat 2 at 175.
Down on 1 still tied up, 1-1. And almost bragging, might have to head into overtime here.
At 190, Jackson Van
1-1, Van Arkel and Scranton. 16 seconds to go in the third.
Looks like former UD national champion Evan Brown in the corner at Ames.
on mat 4 at 190.
Evan's a good dude.
Great dude.
Nice guy.
Absolutely one of the nicest dudes you'll meet in this world.
Class act.
Smith, Dubuque Hempstead. Slade, Southeast Polk. Smith, Dubuque Hempstead.
Down and then there he is wrestling Andy Frank out of Muscatine, sophomore. Jackson Winky. There's the takedown there. That's one of those in college I'd have been a takedown right away with no reaction time. But in overtime here, we got Van Arkel
In on a single leg.
with the looking at. I mean, he doesn't. They're calling the 2 there
He's going to get the
in
2.
overtime.
He's fired up. He's excited.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he was trying to go chest wrap there. I mean, I didn't see actual control. He was sitting to his butt. I mean, he didn't have the arms wrapped.
On mat 1 at 175.
It's like the Logan Stieber, Jordan Oliver years ago.
Southeast Polk. Jackson
One's going for a chest wrap. The other one's going, you know, it all depends on, I mean, but from perspectives of refs, man, that's what happens.
A tale as old as time. The consistency of the calls of the referees.
Isaac Thatcher.
Down here on 8, we got
Isaiah Kellogg,
Braxton Westhoff
Indianola.
up 2-0 over Armand Williams at Bettendorf.
Indianola. On mat 5 at 190.
We're going to start rolling into 215, or we're seeing 215s and 285s starting to roll up through here. On mat 3, we got Demarion Ross up 11-3 over Grant Gamble out of Waukee.
Down here on mat 4, we got Jackson Van Clay, the senior from Pella, taking on Lane Nelson, the senior from Dallas Center Grimes.
Bill Rose.
Over on 5, we've got Isaac Thatcher of Fort Madison. He's going against another senior, Isaiah Kellow of Indianola. They're tied at 0 early in the first period.
Up on mat 7.
Mat 6, Braden Backerby, the senior from Johnston, with a good lead, 7-0 over Ronan Thomas of Xavier Cedar Rapids.
Down on 7,
Young,
Wyatt,
Cedar Rapids,
Braden
Washington.
Coaster, freshman 195-pounder. taking
Solid
on,
record, too.
yeah, taking on Wyatt Young.
The freshman, 41-4.
Gonna have the head
Braden
coach
Coaster.
from Valley West Des Moines come to
Taking
the
on
head
the
table.
junior, 29-7.
Head coach from Valley
Cedar
West
Rapids, Washington.
Des Moines to the head table, please.
So as we conclude this round of 16 for the 3A competition, just a reminder that there won't be any backside matches this evening or afternoon. Everything will get wrestled tomorrow. So win or lose, you're done for the day. Get your mind right and come back and win tomorrow.
Get what you need to get done tonight to feel like $1 million tomorrow, win or lose.
It's the name of the game. Tomorrow's a new day. Good action on mat 1 for Antonio
On
Loving
mat
and Dax
6 at
Klatt.
190, Camden Furel.
That's Antonio
Lamar,
Loving, the
Colby
senior.
Gibbons, Johnston.
A lot of good action from
Furel,
him.
Lamar's, Gibbons, Johnston.
No points
On
awarded
mat
late in the
6 at
first period,
190.
but a lot of good action.
Woo, big old shuck by there on mat 6, but was not controlling the hips. Now he just gets the 2. Got some injury time here on 2.
Ooh, and Loving with the return to the mat kind of pulls him back on. Indianola back on top of him,
On
and
mat 3 at
Indianola's
215,
Dax Klatt is going to get a reversal second period. That puts him up 2-0.
Ross, Fort
Down
Dodge,
on 6,
Wyckoff,
Johnson's
Carlisle. On mat 3
Gibbons
at 215.
has Fairham from Lamar's in trouble here with a double butcher here
That looks
with
tight.
the fall.
Gets the pin. Colby Gibbons had him in the straight jacket. Picks up the fall over Fuerhelm of Lamar's. Blue Bunny Ice Cream, Lamar's, Iowa. You gotta love it.
Down on 3, we got Drayshawn Ross just making quick work. Big old double, big old bars. This
Only
kid,
a sophomore.
On mat
and there's the
7
fall,
at
30
215,
seconds.
43-0. Make it 44 for Drayshawn Ross.
Carson
That kid is
Slora,
the kid's a real deal, man.
Real deal.
Goma, Cedar Rapids Xavier, Slora, Indianola, on mat 7.
You know, you
at
talk.
215.
That's one of those kids you really, really hope stays in the sport
On mat 6
past his high school career.
at 215.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he develops and how he progresses and what he can do on the college level
Lima,
and
Iowa City
and
Liberty.
beyond.
Nash, Clear Creek, Manna,
Mat 1
Lima,
here, we've
Iowa City
got
Liberty.
Dax Klatt getting back points, so he's up 5-1 after Antonio
On mat
Loving
3 at 215,
earns the escape.
Evan
He made
Frankie,
the 16U world team and pulled out because
Lewis Central.
he wanted to focus on football.
Hung, Lewis Central, on mat 3 at 215.
Football's fun too.
It is. It is a good time.
At 215.
Down here on mat 8,
Lindmar,
Winky out of Ames is taking a 10-1 lead over Frank.
Schultz, Lindmar, Van Vorst, Pella, on mat 8 at 215.
Ooh, and Mat 5, Isaac Thatcher, the senior from Fort Dodge, putting Kella on his back, and he gets the quick fall. So that's back-to-back fall. Well, never mind. Fort Dodge and Fort Madison, 2 different towns.
2 different forts, dog.
2 different forts, similar colors, right next to each other. Not geographically, but on the Wells Fargo floor.
On mat 5 at 285, Caden Weatherell, Waverly Shellrock, Andrew Hine, Waukee.
Down on mat 2, looks like we've got an injured Jackson Winky.
On mat 5.
Wow.
At 285.
There was first injury time there on 2 with Frank. Now Winky's
And you hate to see that.
Yeah.
Winky's up 10-1 over Muscatine's Andy Frank. Late in the third period, looks like he's going to suck it up and keep wrestling, but either a knee injury or left leg injury, it looked like.
big brother over on mat 3. Evan Frank now up.
Nothing better than having a workout partner that lives under the same roof as you. If that's the case with the Frank brothers.
Oh, they do.
Up on mat 4.
Evan's got double braces on his arms. So those shoulders are feeling probably really good today.
The strong survive worm.
Down here on 4, we got Roman Numkena out of Bettendorf taking on Mitchell Greider out of Ankeny Centennial. Start off here at 2:15. A couple more 95-pounders coming through, and then next thing you know, I'm starting to see a lot of the heavyweights showing up in the holes. So we're going to be moving here quick. Wow, Frank here looking like he's trying to get a cradle there. Oh, he might still get it. He was trying to go big there. Runs out of time, but
good effort.
Gotta appreciate the moxie there.
Got to appreciate it.
On mat 1 at 190, Jace Tippett, North Scott, Janari Michael, Ames. Tippett, North Scott, Michael, Ames. On mat 1 at 190. On mat 2 at 190, Xander Wiedemeyer, Waverly Shellrock, Kane Tigges, Urbandale. Wiedemeyer, Waverly Shellrock, Tigges, Urbandale. On mat 2 at 190.
Here we go. It looks like Greider out of Ankeny Centennial up 5-2 with a big old Turk.
And he's looking for more on mat 4. The legendary Mike Fontana in his corner. Big Mike.
That's a big old dude.
Yeah, Ankeny, it was Ankeny Hawks for the longest time, and now it's Centennial, but traditionally they have a lot better upper weights, and a lot of it has to do with that dude right there. He's been a part of both programs and been a part of that Ankeny community, whether it's football or wrestling, for many, many years.
Looks like going down here on mat 3, it's tied up 2-2 here in the second. Down on 1, we got Jace Tippett out of North Scott down 4-1 on Denari Mickle. Mickle got a bar here. Looks like he wants to sit through and scoop that. Tippett finding himself on his back. Shoulder into the shoulder as he sits through. Mickle looking for the fall here.
That's tight.
That's real tight. Big
Denari
fall there.
Mickle, the sophomore out of Ames, is going to get the pin over Jace Tippett of North Scott, making it look easy.
Then we're sitting here. It looks like we got a mat 7.
We
Carson Slora out of Indianola.
We got a barn burner on 3, too.
Up on mat 4 at 285.
Frank of Muscatine with the escape and the 3-2 lead. Minute 30 in the third period.
Johnston. Boyd, Indianola. Darling, Johnston. On mat 4 at 285. On mat 1 at 285. Brady Hagan, Dowling Catholic. Drew Campbell, Cedar Falls. Hagan, Dowling Catholic. Campbell, Cedar Falls. On mat 1 at 285.
Here we go. They're down on mat 6. Vincenzo Lima out of Liberty up 7-2 over Clear Creek. Next door neighbors there seeing each other in the round of 16.
Down to mat 1, Drew Campbell with the early lead over the freshman Brady Hagan of Dowling Catholic.
Lima looking to go double unders.
Couple of good-looking heavyweights on mat 1. And Hagen with the escape after giving up a first period takedown. Back to center they work. Snap down from both men. Fake from Cedar Falls Campbell.
And some of these matches are closing up. Haven't really seen a whole lot of shenanigans so far, you know, keeping it classy.
Yeah, keeping it classy, keeping it solid.
Maybe a couple headgear chucks here and there, but hey, headgears don't get hurt.
Yeah, and you look at these kids from up here, and they look like full-grown men, but you got to remember some of them only 15, 16, 17 years old, and the emotions do get the best of you sometimes.
An undeveloped frontal lobe is how it's described at Waller every once in a while. Man, big old no takedown here at the end. Frank holds
That's
on
as
to
close
win
as it
3-2.
gets.
Yeah, that was epic.
Yeah, a lot of solid stuff here from the 3A group.
Now here comes up. Where is our dude? We got an overtime here on 7. And then here comes, actually, no, that's over with. Here comes Dave Herrera out of Ames. This kid's a big old beast, too.
Ames, Aiden Lee, Bettendorf.
Ames High, they've got a good showing this year.
Yeah, they do.
Lee, Bettendorf.
I believe he's committed to Iowa State.
At 285. On mat 3 at 285.
He'll be taking on Aiden Lee out of Bettendorf.
North Scott, Corey Arnett, Fort Madison.
Wow.
Vegas,
Big old catch, just pulls that knee in.
Arnett, Fort
Just a little
Madison.
knee pull. Didn't need much
On
there.
mat 3 at 285.
Going right to a big old Turk. That is probably as tight as it comes.
Ouchie.
Yep.
That's Herrera out of Ames, wasting no time. The senior 14-0, going up against the senior from Bettendorf. And he's going to cut him. And look to score and score and score some more. They're hand fighting hard.
Tough hand fight there.
Up on mat 5 at 285. Luke Fairkey, Fort Dodge. Carlos Andrade, Lewis Central. Fairkey, Fort Dodge. Andrade, Lewis Central. On mat 5 at 285.
We're all tied up on mat 1. Brady Hagen and Drew Campbell. Minute left in the second period.
Another big outside single there from Herrera. This kid seems like he's quick as all get out on his feet.
Yeah, it's amazing how gracefully these heavyweights can move these days. They're not your heavyweight from back in the day. A lot of these dudes are athletes.
They can hand fight. They can move.
They
They
can
can
level
scramble.
change. They can scramble. They're fun to watch.
Kind of look back, kind of want to, like, looking at this kid, it's like, wonder how our buddy Eric Thompson would scrap at this kid. I know he would love that challenge.
Thompson was ahead of his time.
He was. I mean, he was one of the first guys that really,
He was, yeah, he'll go down as one of the Iowa greats.
the way he can move, especially towards his senior year.
Shout out to Eric Thompson down at Arizona State, coaching, molding the minds of the youth.
The big old bear.
The Golden Bear.
I think he used to get offended when you called him Boar.
He
Wanna
got
be-
offended by a lot of things. He kind of grew out of it, though. And Herrera, another takedown for the Ames senior, making it look easy down on mat 7.
And then here on 5s, 45 seconds left here in the first.
These boys have been going over under about the whole match.
Someone's wanting to go for a ride. And it looks like, yep, and there we go. Fierke catches a lock and puts Andrade right to his back, looking for the back points here, and then looking for the fall. It should be here in about.
Ouchie.
There's the fall.
And look over on mat 7. Herrera's going for the fall himself. Jumping
Boom.
sides, reversing the half, and he gets the pin as well. Back-to-back pins on 5 and 7 as we close out this 3A
Noah Parsons, Pella,
round of
Jamal
16.
Niwe, Waukee Northwest. Pella, Parsons, Pella, Niwe, Waukee Northwest on mat 6 at 285.
So then here on down on 4,
At the conclusion of this round, we would ask that you exit the arena quickly to allow staff to get ready for tonight's 1A session.
down here on 8, we got Zach Conlon out of Hempstead taking on Carter Mattinson out of Southeast Polk. Mattinson's been one of those guys Martinson's been one of those guys who's been around for a while. 2 seed in this tournament. He's tough as they come too. Looks like down on mat 2.
On mat 8 at 285.
Wow, that big old fall there real quick.
Mat 6, Jamal Niwe making quick work of Noah Parsons of Pella. He gets the first period pin to end his day on a high note.
Man, it's wild to think this match has been going on here at mat 2 for so long that as this tournament still hasn't closed out, Tate Woodruff from Dubuque Hempstead, 195 pounds, is walking to the mat as one of the last matches of the day. I do like the assigned seating though, rather than just next available mat, because then you're not just like sprinting all over the place, or
Right.
there's not so much chaos.
For your information,
Ooh, these big old boys are running.
A couple quick shoves out of bounds.
Tomorrow starts at 1:30. The Class 3A
That's
session
Nick Darling and
tomorrow
Jackson Boyd. Boyd out of Indianola and Darling of Johnston. You know, these two have seen each other this year once or twice,
Bill Ropes
both
to
being
head
in the
table.
CIML. And we could see overtime on mat 4 if nothing happens here in the next 30 seconds.
Woodruff, Dubuque Hempstead, Holden Hanson, Southeast Polk. Woodruff, Dubuque Hempstead, Hanson, Southeast Polk on mat 2 at 2:15.
There's the 2 there on mat
So we
3.
please have the head coach from Iowa City Liberty to the head table. The head coach from Iowa City Liberty to the head table.
Holden Hanson, the 2 seed here. In on a big old takedown, finds a head, finds a leg, finds a cradle.
Exit the arena quickly at the conclusion of wrestling to allow staff
Pulling him to the
get
center
ready
there.
for tonight's 1A session. Please
Boom,
feel
big old
free to
pass
pick
by
up the
there.
garbage around you to help our staff out. Thank you.
30 seconds left here in this overtime match at heavyweight. You can't have a heavyweight bracket without one going into big old overtime.
You got to love it. And they're rolling around on 2.
And they love wrestling in front of 100 people now.
Yeah, the stands are clearing out as we conclude the 3A round of 16.
The head coach from Iowa City Liberty.
Ooh, good standing switch.
Really nice standing switch there. And comes right back up with an outside, like, boom.
To the head table, please.
Holden Hanson, the junior from Southeast Polk, with a good switch as they both end up on their feet. And a quick collar tie while he sweeps the ankle. Finish 2. 30 seconds left in the first period. Overtime 2 down on mat 4. It's Jackson Boyd from Indianola. Nick Darling of Johnston. Senior from Indianola taking on the junior from Johnston. Oh, and a good double leg.
With nothing there, time runs out. Man, that's a good old fight there, man.
Good shot by Jackson Boyd. Now Boyd has an opportunity to go down and to get his escape.
Hanson doing a really good job of that Turk. There was the fall there. Oh, now we got an escape here on mat 4 going into overtime because
Sudden victory 2. Notched at 2-2. And we go back to neutral.
now it goes into
Time.
not riding time. So it's the guy who scores first. It's his choice. And if he gets rode out, or if he gets out, he wins. If he gets rode out, he loses.
Johnston's going to choose down. Nick Darling. Score, you win. Looked like a little movement before the whistle, but no caution called. Jackson Boyd putting a tough ride on. Johnston to his feet. Right in front of the home crowd, it looks like. Oh, neck wrench, nothing.
Wow. Gritty. 10
Out of
seconds
bounds,
left.
10 seconds. They're throwing the brick. I don't think he can do that.
Is it a metaphorical brick? Like it's a metaphor.
I think that came out of the stands.
Wow. We're throwing bottles.
We got bottles flying from the stands in
Pure-
the last match of the round here.
Pure and utter anarchy.
Wow, he gets it
He
with
gets
no
it with one.
time. 1 second left. He gets the escape.
Wow.
What a match.
Wild.
Nick Darling from Johnston, the junior, is going to move on.
All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for the Class 1A. I am Wormafelli. This is Jimmy Schusler. We got our
Let's
one.
go.
We're out.